Chapter 1198. Each sky-piercing saint sword emitted a shocking aura. Chu Mu's divine remembrance immediately felt all sorts of sensations the moment it came in contact with them. It was either sliced apart by an incomparably sharp sword, burned by a terrifyingly high temperature, frozen by a terrifying cold, or blown away by a violent wind. Each time, a portion of Chu Mu's divine sense would be depleted. After just checking a dozen heavenly connecting saint swords, Chu Mu felt that his divine sense was almost depleted. He quickly retracted it and stood where he was, calming his mind and recovering his divine sense. Choosing a sword that he was satisfied with was not an easy task. Chu Mu was patient enough. After his divine sense was fully recovered, Chu Mu continued to check. He was not satisfied with the heavenly connecting saint swords from before. After scanning a dozen more swords, his divine sense was almost depleted again. Chu Mu had to replenish it again. 10th brother, so you're here. Have you found a saint sword that you're satisfied with? A voice came from behind. Not yet, said Chu Mu. This is the heavenly connecting saint sword. Feng Guohai was surprised. 10th brother, are you going to choose the heavenly connecting saint sword? I am, said Chu Mu. It's not easy. It's extremely difficult for a low-level Nirvana realm cultivator to use the heavenly connecting saint sword, said Feng Guohai. Chu Mu understood this as well. The heavenly connecting saint sword was above supreme grade saint swords. To use it, the swordsman must be capable enough to wield it. I'll try, said Chu Mu. Another name for the heavenly connecting saint sword was Fo, spirit sword. Swords had spirituality, so there were spirit swords. To use a spirit sword, one had to refine it first. This was different from a saint sword. Although the heavenly connecting saint sword had the word saint sword, it did not belong to the level of a saint sword nor a spirit sword. It was somewhere in between the two. However, there was one thing that was similar to a spirit sword. It had to be refined. It was almost impossible for a low-level Nirvana realm swordsman to refine the heavenly connecting saint sword. Right after eldest sister achieved Nirvana, she chose the heavenly connecting sacred sword as well. She managed to refine it in the end. Your talent and potential are above eldest sisters. I think you can refine the heavenly connecting sacred sword as well, Feng Guohai said, as if he had thought of something. The eldest sister referred to the first son of God, Guanlin. When Chu Mu found out that Guanlin was a swordswoman, he was quite surprised. In the world of swordsmen, powerful swordswomen were rare. Chu Mu was also curious about Guanlin, the first divine child and their elder sister in name. He had not seen Guanlin since he had arrived. Feng Guohai seemed to be implying that other than Guanlin, the other gods' children did not have the ability to refine the heavenly piercing sacred sword. Naturally, they would not choose the sword. Take your time. I'll look for a suitable supreme grade, holy sword as well, said Feng Guohai. He had set his sights on supreme grade, holy swords instead of the heavenly connecting saint sword. At the very least, he would have to wait until his cultivation had broken through to the middle stage of Nirvana realm before he could consider the heavenly saint sword. Chu Mu's divine sense recovered, and he released it again, locking onto a heavenly connecting sacred sword. The shocking sharpness seemed to have shredded his divine sense into pieces. However, the sharpness was not the sharpness of the power of metal. It was a pure sharpness, a sharpness that belonged to the sword itself. Under the sharpness, the heavenly connecting sacred swords around him seemed to have retreated. With a thought, Chu Mu decided on the spot to choose the heavenly connecting sacred sword. The extreme and pure sharpness satisfied him. He did not check the other heavenly connecting sacred swords, choosing it right away. Perhaps there would be better ones later on, or perhaps not. But it would be fine as long as he could find a suitable one that he was satisfied with. He strengthened his divine sense and formed an invisible hand, grabbing at the heavenly connecting sacred sword. The sharpness radiating from the heavenly connecting sacred sword was shocking. It was as if the invisible sword was about to slice apart Chu Mu's hand of divine sense. If it were any other first heaven of Nirvana realm swordsmen, their divine sense would definitely be sliced apart. However, Chu Mu's divine sense surpassed that of an ordinary third heaven of Nirvana realm swordsman. He grabbed the heavenly connecting sacred sword and pulled with force. In an instant, a terrifying sharpness approached. Chu Mu's hair stood on end, feeling as if his body was about to be sliced apart. His expression changed instantly. He reached out, and the invincible sword will and divine wilderness sword energy gathered in his palm. He grabbed the hilt of the heavenly connecting sacred sword. The shocking sharpness seemed to have broken through the defense of the invincible sword will and divine wilderness sword energy, piercing Chu Mu's palm painfully. What a sharp sword! Chu Mu's eyes were filled with amazement. It was the first time he had seen such sharpness. If he were to refine such a sword, the increase in his strength would be very obvious. To a swordsman, a suitable and powerful sword was extremely important. Taking a deep breath, he increased the output of the invincible sword will and divine wilderness sword energy, tightly gripping the heavenly connecting sacred sword. Immediately after, Chu Mu activated a wisp of blood essence and spat it out from his mouth. It turned into a blood mist and quickly surrounded the heavenly connecting sacred sword. Just as the blood mist approached, it was shattered by the sharpness emitted by the sacred sword. It dissipated and disappeared. Chu Mu frowned. It was indeed difficult. He spat out another mouthful of blood essence, and it turned into a blood mist that surrounded the sacred sword. This time, Chu Mu used the assistance of his divine sense, but it was still defeated by the terrifying sharpness of the sacred sword. Blood essence was not ordinary blood. After spitting out 2 mouthfuls, it was also consumed. After brewing for a while, Chu Mu spat out a 3rd mouthful of blood essence. The blood mist spread out, but it did not rush towards the sacred sword. Instead, under the control of Chu Mu's divine sense, it merged with the power of the invincible sword will and divine wilderness sword energy. After the various powers merged, the blood mist became incomparably tough. It surged towards the heavenly connecting sacred sword. The terrifying sharpness protected the heavenly connecting sacred sword, preventing Chu Mu's blood mist from entering. For a moment, the two sides were in a confrontation, with the invincible sword will and divine wilderness sword energy opening a path. The heavenly connecting sacred sword sharpness was pushed back bit by bit. After all, it was a pseudo-spiritual sword. If it was a spiritual sword, it would have its own spirituality. The current Chu Mu would definitely not be able to withstand it. The sharpness would directly destroy his invincible sword will and divine wilderness sword energy, and even injure his spiritual world. Even though it was only a pseudo-spiritual sword and did not possess spirituality, its material was not inferior to a spiritual sword. Its sharpness was shocking. In a short time, Chu Mu could not break it and let the blood mist come into contact with the sacred sword. Feng Guohai was on the other side, choosing a top-grade sacred sword. He did not notice Chu Mu's situation at all. Chu Mu immediately raised his invincible sword will to top-level divine grade. A top-level divine grade invincible sword will was much stronger than a high-level divine grade invincible sword will. It was as if a new force had been added, directly suppressing the sacred sword's sharpness by 30%, forcing it bit by bit. The continuous confrontation took half an hour. Only then did Chu Mu suppress the sacred sword sharpness, allowing it to stick close to the sacred sword's body. However, the sharpness that was suppressed to the extreme was incomparably tough, making it even harder to break through. It was no wonder Feng Guohai said that among the godchildren, only the first godchild, Guanlin, could barely refine the heavenly piercing sacred sword. With her mid-level divine grade sword intent and her other means, it was indeed possible for her to do so, but it would be very difficult. Although Chu Mu had resisted the sacred sword's sharpness for half an hour, it was only a little more than that. He did not feel that it was difficult. The invincible sword will and the divine wilderness sword essence merged into a sharp sword, forcefully piercing through the sacred sword's final sharpness. When it came into contact with the heavenly piercing sacred sword's body, Huang Xiaolong felt a chill and a faint tingling pain in his spiritual world. Under the control of his divine sense, the blood mist gathered and followed the trajectory of the invincible sword will and the divine wilderness sword essence. When it came into contact with the heavenly piercing sacred sword, it spread out and enveloped the sacred sword. It was as if the heavenly piercing sacred sword was defenseless, allowing Chu Mu's blood mist to seep into it. With the cooperation of various forces, Chu Mu's blood essence, blood mist, and divine sense seeped into the heavenly piercing sacred sword, refining it. The greatest difficulty in refining the heavenly piercing sacred sword was to break through that layer of sharpness. 15 minutes later, Chu Mu had successfully refined the heavenly piercing sacred sword. A faint connection was established between him and the sacred sword. As time passed, it gradually deepened. By removing the invincible sword will and the divine wilderness sword essence in his hand, the heavenly piercing sacred sword's sharpness would not cause him any harm. At the same time, Chu Mu also knew the name of the sword, Heaven Slash Sword. Its sharpness could even slice open the sky. The Heaven Slash sword had two characteristics. First, it was hard and extremely tough. It was more outstanding than ordinary, heavenly piercing, sacred swords. Second, it was sharp. It was shockingly sharp. The Heaven Slash sword was unable to amplify any heaven and earth powers, but it had the two characteristics of toughness and sharpness. It was also what Chu Mu liked the most. His right hand gripped the sword hilt tightly as he held the sword horizontally in front of his eyes. He carefully looked at every inch of the sword. The Heaven Slash sword's body was bright silver. It was an extremely pure color. It was not stained by dust, nor was it stagnant in water. There was a faint halo around it. That color and that sharpness made Chu Mu mesmerized. Gently and silently, it left behind a silver streak in the air. Good sword. Chu Mu smiled. It came from the bottom of his heart. He was extremely satisfied. Immediately, with a thought, the Heaven Slash sword disappeared. In Chu Mu's dantian, a sword appeared out of thin air. It floated above the divine wilderness sword essence lake. As it floated, it was constantly being refined by the divine wilderness sword essence. Immediately, Chu Mu's eyes lit up as he looked at the other heavenly piercing sacred swords. Dual sword technique required two swords. Now that he had obtained one, if he could obtain another one, his strength would become extremely terrifying when he used the dual sword technique. The greedy Chu Mu first completely recovered his spiritual sense. Then he released his spiritual sense and checked again to find the next suitable heavenly piercing sacred sword. After recovering a few times, he did find another heavenly piercing sacred sword. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to refine it. It was probably because he had already refined one heavenly piercing sacred sword and his cultivation was not high enough. He was unable to withstand a second heavenly piercing sacred sword. Helpless, Chu Mu could only give up on the idea of a second heavenly connecting sacred sword. Instead, he left the sword region and went to the other treasure regions. He wanted to find other treasures that were useful to him and could better increase his strength. Chapter 1199. Feng Guohai left the 1,000 Treasure Palace first and waited outside. An hour later, Chu Mu appeared. 10th brother, you've had a good harvest, haven't you? Feng Guohai smiled. Not bad. Chu Mu nodded. 9th brother's harvest isn't bad either. That's for sure, Feng Guohai said. It could be seen that he had indeed had a good harvest, as the smile on his face did not fade. Both of them did not ask about each other's harvest. They only needed to make sure that the other had had a good harvest. 10th brother, I'll go back and cultivate in seclusion for a while. See you later, Feng Guohai said. Chu Mu needed some time to sort out his harvest in the Thousand Treasure Palace. After returning to the Zhantian Palace and informing Jiang Tao, Chu Mu entered the cultivation room. With a single thought, a pure and dazzling silver light bloomed in the air. The light illuminated the entire cultivation room in an instant. The coldness spread, enough to send chills down the spine of any swordsman below the Nirvana realm. They dared not look straight at it. The Heaven Slash sword appeared in Chu Mu's right hand. Chu Mu's goal was to test the Heaven Slash sword's ability to withstand the divine wilderness sword energy. No matter how good the sword was, it would not last long if it could not withstand the erosion of the divine wilderness sword energy. This experiment lasted a total of 16 hours. The divine desolate sword essence constantly circulated around the Heavenly Slash sword, going back and forth. Chu Mu also paid full attention to the changes in the Heavenly Slash sword. After 16 hours, the color of the Heaven Slash sword did not change at all. Chu Mu was certain that the Heaven Slash sword did not change at all under the erosion of the divine wilderness sword energy. It looks like the Heaven Slash sword can be used for a very long time, Chu Mu thought to himself. Constantly changing swords was an extremely helpless method. To him, a suitable sword was harder to come by than other swordsmen. The reason why the Heaven Beheading Sword was not corroded by the divine desolate sword essence was firstly because of the material of the Heaven Beheading Sword. It was tough and had a strong resistance. Secondly, it was because the divine desolate sword essence was not strong enough. At the very least, at the low level of the Nirvana stage, Chu Mu did not need to worry about the divine desolate sword essence causing damage to the Heaven Beheading Sword. Once the Heaven Beheading Sword was kept in his dantian and was tempered by the divine desolate sword essence, its tolerance towards the divine desolate sword essence would increase over time. Even if Chu Mu's cultivation increased in the future and reached the middle level of the Nirvana stage, it would probably not cause any damage to the Heaven Beheading Sword. Feeling completely at ease, Chu Mu heaved a sigh of relief. With a thought, the sword in his hand disappeared and returned to his dantian to be tempered. Then, Chu Mu took out the other treasures he had obtained from the Thousand Treasure Hall. There was a top-grade, sacred-grade inner armor that could be worn close to the body and had a very good protective effect. There was also a top-grade, sacred-grade armor that Chu Mu liked. On it, there was a faint, bright moon pattern that was faintly discernible. There was no need to refine the armor and inner armor. Chu Mu immediately put them on. Under the double protection, his survival ability had greatly increased. If it wasn't a top-grade, sacred-grade sword, it would not be able to threaten him. The Sky Slash sword increased his attack power by a lot. The extreme grade Saint grade armor and extreme grade Saint grade inner armor increased his defense and survivability by a lot. The 10,000 Treasure Palace was very large and contained many treasures of all kinds. However, there were only a few treasures that were suitable for him. After obtaining the Heavenly Slash sword, the top-quality sacred rank armor, and the top-quality sacred rank inner armor, which increased his attack and defense, Chu Mu's desire to continue searching for treasures faded. With a flip of his wrist, a black stone appeared. When he took a closer look, he saw that it was a crystal. The moment the black crystal appeared, a shocking, baleful aura immediately spread out from the crystal. Wisps of dark red aura spread out from the black crystal and whimpered. A gust of chilly wind blew from an unknown place. The entire cultivation room became as gloomy as the underworld, causing Chu Mu to feel a chill run down his spine. As the chilly wind blew, there seemed to be a distorted face appearing. An even stranger voice that sounded like weeping and complaining, like ghosts and spirits messing with one's mind. An extremely terrifying, baleful aura spread out from the chilly wind like a surging wave. The entire cultivation room was filled with a baleful aura and chilly wind that was so dense that it could not be dispersed. If the sword of Gojoseon, who was in the manifestation realm, was in the middle of it, it would immediately corrode his mind, causing him to go crazy and his mind to collapse. After nirvana, there was an obvious improvement in all aspects. In addition, Chu Mu's willpower was extremely firm, so he was not affected by the baleful aura. However, he still had to be careful. This was a piece of baleful aura crystal. The black color was actually the color formed after the accumulation of the blood red color. Chu Mu could not determine how old this piece of baleful aura crystal was. It was at least 10,000 years old. Although there were many treasures in the 1,000 treasure hall, there were also many treasures that were not included. After all, although the main divine hall was powerful, it was not powerful enough to monopolize everything. Moreover, the main divine hall only existed to lead and not monopolize power. The heaven beheading sword, the top grade sacred grade armor, the top grade sacred grade inner armor, and this piece of baleful aura crystal of unknown age had taken Chu Mu a lot of time. With such a harvest, he was satisfied. When his hand grabbed the baleful aura crystal, he immediately felt the baleful aura as if it had found a target. It surged into Chu Mu's body. Even his tyrannical body felt traces of coldness and piercing pain. In the spiritual world, a cold wind whistled. In front of him, there seemed to be countless illusions. It was as if he was in a river filled with a cold and decaying aura. Broken limbs and corpses floated in the water. It was like the river of the underworld. The undying sword moved. Its sharpness was unstoppable. It killed everything and no evil could invade it. All the illusions collapsed before his eyes. It was like ice and snow melting under the hot sun, vanishing into thin air. The cultivation room was still the same as before. The baleful aura crystal in Chu Mu's hand was extremely dense. It kept surging into his body and was then absorbed by the undying sword in his middle dantian. This was an extremely high-quality baleful aura. It was a baleful aura that had been accumulated for tens of thousands of years. The undying sword's appetite was greatly stimulated. It kept absorbing it. With a tremble, it broke through from the peak of lower-grade sacred sword to middle-grade sacred sword. This baleful aura crystal was indeed very shocking. After absorbing it, the undying sword kept improving. Soon, it reached the peak of middle-grade sacred sword. With another breakthrough, it reached upper-grade sacred sword. The baleful aura crystal kept being consumed. It became smaller and smaller, but the quality of the undying sword kept improving. It reached the peak of upper-grade sacred sword. Half of the baleful aura crystal in his hand had been consumed. Chu Mu was secretly delighted. The remaining should be enough to upgrade the undying sword to extreme-grade sacred sword. At that time, if he wanted to use the dual sword technique, he would have both the sky beheading sword and the undying sword to use. He wouldn't have to worry about not having a suitable sword. Chu Mu still hoped that the undying sword could be upgraded to sky connecting saint sword. Unfortunately, he had spent a lot of time and had only found one piece of such a high-quality, baleful aura crystal. When the undying sword was upgraded to middle-grade sacred sword, it had used up all the baleful aura crystal. It couldn't be upgraded anymore. It was a bit of a pity. Then Chu Mu smiled. Extreme-grade sacred sword was enough. Next, Chu Mu naturally cultivated in seclusion for a period of time. He needed to cultivate the divine wilderness, sword technique, and the second level of the astral calamity. Other than that, Chu Mu also felt that his offensive methods seemed to be lacking. Using his original sword technique as a Nirvana realm cultivator would naturally be more powerful. But there was also a feeling that he couldn't fully unleash the power. It was like a person with divine strength using a light weapon. He couldn't fully unleash the advantage of his strength. He needed to have a higher level of sword technique or secret techniques. Sword techniques were easy to solve. Chu Mu didn't have any, but he could go to the Hall of Sword Techniques in the main Divine Hall to find a suitable sword technique to cultivate. This was also one of the privileges of being a divine child. The other divine children had already cultivated heaven-level sword techniques. Even if they broke through to the Nirvana realm, Heaven-level sword techniques would be enough for them to cultivate for a period of time. Chu Mu emerged from seclusion. As soon as he emerged, Jiang Tao informed him that Feng Guohai had sent him an invitation to gather at the Hall of Entrance Island. Hall of Entrance Island. Chu Mu was slightly stunned as he held the invitation. Hall of Entrance Island was the floating island of the first divine child, Guanlin. Could Guanlin have emerged from seclusion? With a trace of curiosity, Chu Mu asked Jiang Tao to prepare a gift. After all, it was the first time they were meeting, and they were going to the other party's divine child hall. It was necessary to give a small gift. The gift was prepared quickly. Chu Mu put the gift into a spatial ring and left the Zhantian Hall. He took a small starship and flew to the Hall of Entrance Island. Chu Mu was the last to arrive at the Hall of Entrance. 10th brother, you're finally here. Entering the Divine Child Hall, Feng Guohai saw Chu Mu and called out immediately. 10th brother, sit. The other divine children greeted him. You must be 10th brother, Chu Mu. Nice to meet you. I'm Guanlin. The swordswoman who sat at the head of the table said to Chu Mu with a smile. I'm Chu Mu. Nice to meet you, eldest sister. This is a small gift. I hope you don't mind it, Chu Mu said with a smile. He took out the prepared gift and passed it to Guanlin, taking the opportunity to study her carefully. Guanlin's skin was slightly darker, but it was clean and delicate, giving off a healthy vibe. Chu Mu could see that she was tall and slender, even as she sat. Guanlin's appearance was different from ordinary people. There was an exotic beauty to her that made Chu Mu's mind wander, as if he had returned to Earth and seen a mixed-blood child. All in all, Guanlin gave Chu Mu the impression of a wild and energetic swordswoman. She was also calm and composed with an extraordinary temperament. While Chu Mu was studying Guanlin, Guanlin was doing the same to Chu Mu. The moment she came out of seclusion, she learned that there was a new divine child, the 10th divine child, who possessed high-level divine level sword intent and the power of law. He had also mastered the powerful spatial law, and the origin chi cloud during nirvana had reached 9 miles. In terms of talent and potential, he was above her. The more she learned about him, the more curious Guanlin became. She sent out a post to gather the other divine children. After all, it had been quite some time since she had last communicated with the other divine children. Now that everyone had broken through to the Nirvana realm, they had more topics to talk about. Chapter 1200. The 10 divine princes had gathered in the Hidden Gate Palace. This was the first time they were all sitting together to talk about swordsmanship. Guanlin had also asked people to prepare a lot of food and wine. They ate and drank as they talked. Guanlin had a great tolerance for alcohol and was not shy like a little girl. She was very forthright, generous, and bold. She had the demeanor of a big sister. Among the 10 divine princes, the first divine prince, Guanlin, was the first to achieve nirvana. Her aura was more profound and majestic than the other 9 divine princes. Her understanding of nirvana was also above the others. However, different people had different experiences when they achieved nirvana. Therefore, their understanding of nirvana would be more profound as they communicated with each other. Brainstorming was a win-win situation. In addition to exchanging their understanding of nirvana, some of them would also practice sword techniques from time to time. Sword techniques were not specific sword techniques or sword moves. Instead, they demonstrated their understanding of sword techniques with the sword in their hands. The moves were not fixed and even looked a little casual. If a swordsman who was not proficient in sword techniques saw it, he would not be able to see anything at all. He would even think that it was a child's scribble without any order. However, in the eyes of a swordsman who was proficient in sword techniques, he could see the charm in it. It was a sword technique that went straight to the essence. Every divine prince had mastered the essence of sword techniques and sword energy. Their understanding of sword techniques was far beyond that of ordinary swordsmen. They practiced sword techniques, one by one without any order. Guan Lin drank the wine in her cup in one gulp and stood up. This was the first time Chu saw her stand up. Under the long robe was a pair of beautiful legs. Her figure was indeed very tall, and her height was not inferior to the other divine sons. Guan Lin's long robe was also very unique. It was a dark green robe for women. It perfectly set off Guan Lin's healthy and tall figure. She lifted her foot and a green shadow flashed. Guan Lin appeared in the center of the Hidden Gate Palace. There was enough space to perform sword techniques. With a wave of her slender hand, a sword that was stuck in the wall of the Hidden Gate Palace suddenly flew out of its sheath and into her hand. As soon as the sword was in her hand, Guan Lin's aura suddenly changed. It was sharp and the smell of war spread out. Her black hair fluttered without wind. Her aura was piercingly cold and kept rising. The moment the sword slashed out, it was direct and direct. It was as if it could cleave a mountain, and even the heavens and earth were about to be sliced apart by this sword. They were majestic and straightforward, as if they were charging into the enemy's ranks. Chu Mu's eyes lit up. It was as if he saw an invincible divine army, unstoppable and unstoppable. They would crush all enemies and shatter all obstacles as they descended upon the world. All of a sudden, the divine princes felt as if they were on a yellow sand battlefield, with blood splashing everywhere. With the final slash of the sword, all of the accumulated momentum was completely unleashed. Blood and sand filled the air and dust billowed. Everyone's hair stood on end, as if they were facing an army of thousands of men and horses alone. There was nothing special about Guan Lin's swordsmanship at all. It was straightforward, but it contained Guan Lin's understanding of swordsmanship and the essence of her way of the sword. Hundreds of battles in the yellow sand. Tragic, indomitable, unstoppable, unstoppable. He sheathed his sword and stood there. All of the tragic aura vanished like smoke in thin air, as if it was just an illusion. With a gentle wave of her hand, the sword flew up and returned to its scabbard. A green shadow flickered, and Guan Lin returned to her seat. An army of thousands of men and horses. Such a powerful aura. Big Sister is indeed from a family of generals. Tuoba Zhan clapped his hands. Chu Mu only knew that Guan Lin was from a family of generals. That was why she had such boldness. All of the divine princes expressed their opinions. They were not flattering, but truly expressing their opinions and communicating with each other. 10th brother, it's your turn now. After expressing their opinions, they turned to Chu Mu. Among the 10 divine princes, there were still a few who had not shown their swordsmanship, and Chu Mu was one of them. Chu Mu smiled slightly. Without any pretense, he appeared in the center of the hall of entrances in a flash, and an upper-grade saint sword appeared in his hand. There was no need to use sword will and sword origin to practice swordsmanship. An upper-grade saint sword was enough. With the sword in his hand, his aura condensed. It was as if wind blew, clouds gathered, and lightning flashed. When the sword was drawn, it was as if it pierced through the void. When it was drawn, it was as if it was cutting through rivers. When it was cut, it was as if it was cutting through mountains. When it was pointed, it was as if it was shattering the stars. When it was pointed, it was as if it was a pillar to the sky. When it was drawn back and the sword was sheathed, everything in the world, including the sun, the moon, and the stars, all returned to one and then disappeared. Carefree and incisive, this was Chu Mu's complete display of his comprehension and control of sword techniques after undergoing nirvana. The same understanding and mastery, but the difference between before and after nirvana was completely different. When the sword was sheathed, Chu Mu did not move. He was in an epiphany. The other 9 divine princes were immersed in shock, unable to extricate themselves. It was silent in the hall of entrances. Even breathing could not be heard. After a while, Chu Mu woke up. His eyes were clearer, and his understanding of swordsmanship had improved. He felt that it would not be long before he could raise his swordsmanship from level 3 to level 4. The other divine princes also woke up. After seeing 10th brother's swordsmanship, I will never show my swordsmanship again. Lin Yiming sighed. His slightly exaggerated statement immediately resonated with the other divine princes, who nodded in support. Guan Lin looked at Chu Mu deeply. There was amazement in the depths of her eyes. I've long heard that 10th brother's talent is unparalleled. I didn't expect your swordsmanship to be so amazing as well, Guan Lin praised. Everyone's words were 70% sincere and 30% flattering. Chu Mu was not embarrassed. Indeed, among the swordsmanship that he had shown just now, he was the most profound. After seeing 10th brother's swordsmanship, I feel that there is no need for me to show it. Murong Chengfeng smiled bitterly, which caused a burst of laughter. However, Murong Chengfeng still got up. His body seemed to be carried by a gust of wind. He came to the center of the hall of entrances, stood still, and raised his hand to draw his sword. The green sword light flashed, leaving a trace in the air and slowly dissipating. Murong Chengfeng seemed to have a smile on his face. He drew his sword casually. Murong Chengfeng's figure moved along with the sword. It was as if his body had become weightless. He and the sword had become one. His will and the sword were there. The sword moved gracefully like a gentle breeze. It was a perfect demonstration of the mysteries of the wind. Murong Chengfeng was most proficient in the power of wind. His wind rule had already reached the minute subtlety level and had even reached the peak of the minute subtlety level. In this aspect, he was better than Chu Mu. His usage of the power of wind was also much better than Chu Mu. In terms of overall talent and potential, Chu Mu was better than Murong Chengfeng. He was also better than anyone present. However, Chu Mu was not omnipotent. In some aspects, he could not be compared with others. Therefore, Chu Mu observed Murong Chengfeng's swordsmanship very seriously. He tried to absorb the essence of his swordsmanship and integrate it into his own swordsmanship to improve his own attainments. Murong Chengfeng's usage of the power of the wind was unique and profound. Chu Mu would not let it go. He observed it carefully, verified it, and improved himself. The essence of Murong Chengfeng's swordsmanship revolved around the power of the wind. It was light and sharp. Not long after, Murong Chengfeng finished demonstrating his swordsmanship. Everyone felt that they had learned something. After a round of discussion, the last person went up to demonstrate his own swordsmanship. Tuobajan's sword was different from ordinary swords. The blade was as wide as a palm. It looked very heavy. Ordinary swordsmen would not be able to wield it. The heavy sword was swung with great force. It was as if a mountain was pressing down, but also as if a sword could shatter a mountain. The air was stagnant, almost suffocating. Tuobajan was also a dual cultivator, but he was different from Chu Mu. Tuobajan was more focused on the path of body refinement, and on the path of chi refinement he was only a support. Even so, his fighting strength was stronger than a single cultivator of the same level. It could be said that among the godsons, excluding Guanlin and Chu Mu, Tuobajan was the strongest. The current Chu Mu might not be able to defeat him. After all, Tuobajan had been a godson for quite some time. Under such an environment, his accumulation of experience would surpass Chu Mu's. Tuobajan's swordsmanship was bold and open. It was similar to Guanlin's. However, Guanlin's swordsmanship was more like a battlefield, tearing and killing. Tuobajan's swordsmanship was more domineering and crushing. Tuobajan had his own unique way of using his own power. This was something that Chu Mu could not compare with. Chu Mu watched more attentively. He memorized every detail and tried his best to absorb it. Tuobajan was the last to demonstrate his swordsmanship. It was very exciting. However, the crowd still felt that it was not enough. They had seen Chu Mu's swordsmanship. If I had known, I would have let 10th brother demonstrate his swordsmanship last. The godson who had suggested Chu Mu to demonstrate his swordsmanship said regretfully, If it had been someone else who had said that, Tuobajan, Morong Chingfong, and the rest would have been displeased. However, the godsons had known each other for a long time. When they spoke to each other, other than not touching the bottom line, they were more casual. I suggest that 10th brother demonstrate his swordsmanship again. Tuobajan roared. His loud voice immediately gained the support of the crowd. In response to the crowd's request, Chu Mu did not reject. He had learned something from watching the other gods' swordsmanship. After absorbing it, he also wanted to know if his own swordsmanship had improved. He unsheathed his sword and slashed out. Instantly, everyone's eyes lit up. They could not take their eyes off him. Chu Mu integrated everything he had learned into his own swordsmanship. After a while, the swordsmanship was finished. The crowd was still immersed in the excitement. I realized that 10th brother's swordsmanship seems to have improved again. This is too demonic. How are we going to live? 10th brother, hurry up and teach us the secret. How did you practice your swordsmanship? If they really wanted to teach him, they could not teach him anything. The comprehension of swordsmanship was purely dependent on one's comprehension. It was the kind of comprehension that could only be understood and not explained. 10th brother, you haven't learned any heaven-tier swordsmanship, right? Go to the Sword Arts Hall and pick a heaven-tier swordsmanship. By then, your strength would be comparable to Big Sister's. Chapter 1201. The exchange between the 10 divine princes lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. They talked about sword techniques, the power of rules, sword intent, cultivation, and other aspects. Finally, they also talked about some of their experiences. After 3 days and 3 nights, the discussion was very enjoyable and broadened their horizons. Everyone had gained a lot. It seems that we have to gather every once in a while and have a good exchange, Lin Yiming said. That's right. That's a good idea, 5th brother. Let's limit it to 10 years. We'll try our best to gather every 10 years, Guan Lin said. Given their talents, they should be able to grow quite a bit in 10 years. If they were to interact with one another again, it would surely be more meaningful. Of course, it didn't mean that they could only gather once every 10 years and couldn't gather at other times. It was just that once every 10 years, it would be best if everyone could be present and not be absent. It could also be considered a more formal gathering. Guan Lin's suggestion was naturally supported by everyone. Chu Mu didn't object at all. The gathering ended satisfactorily. After saying goodbye to Guan Lin, everyone left and went back to their own places to cultivate in seclusion and digest what they had gained. 1 day later, Chu Mu came out of seclusion and felt that his sword technique had improved. He left the Zhantian Palace and went to the Sword Techniques Palace in the General Divine Palace. The purpose of the Sword Techniques Palace was to collect sword techniques. From the lowest level of yellow sword techniques to the highest level of heaven sword techniques, it had everything. It could be said that the Sword Techniques Palace of the General Divine Palace had collected at least 1/3 of the sword techniques in the 4 major star regions of the human race. This 1/3 was only 1/3 of what was known. There were some hidden ones, but there weren't many hidden ones. Overall, there wasn't much difference. Furthermore, the main Divine Palace had a huge and complete organization dedicated to the study of swordsmanship. The members of the organization were basically swordsmen with a unique understanding of swordsmanship. They all flipped through various types of swordsmanship, summed up their experiences, and combined it with their own understanding, and so on. They analyzed the swordsmanship in depth and created new swordsmanship. As time passed, the collection of swordsmanship in the Hall of Swordsmanship became more and more abundant. The saying that all the sword techniques in the world came from the Divine Palace was not arrogant. Although the name of the Hall of Sword Techniques was very ordinary, the 3 words on the door gave off a feeling of returning to simplicity. This hall was used to store sword techniques, so it was called the Hall of Sword Techniques. Not only did it live up to its name, it had even reached a certain level. 10th Son of God, Your Highness, The deacon of the Hall of Sword Techniques immediately saluted Chu Mu when he arrived. "I'll have to trouble you to open the door." Chu Mu returned the gesture and said, The door to the Hall of Sword Arts opened, and Chu Mu stepped into the Hall of Sword Arts. It was as if he had entered the first level of the Hall of Sword Arts. In the first level, there were all kinds of auras: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, ice, thunder, and so on. It was very complicated, but it was also very clear. This level recorded Yellow Class, Sword Techniques. Chu Mu did not stop and entered the second floor. The second floor contained the profound grade sword art. Chu Mu did not stop and entered the third floor. The third floor stored earth level sword techniques. Chu Mu walked up to the fourth floor. As soon as he entered the fourth level, he was immediately shocked. Although he did not observe the first to third levels of the Hall of Sword Techniques in detail, he could roughly tell what they were like. However, the fourth level was like a small world. A powerful aura spiraled and was incomparably sharp. He felt as if he was in a sea of sword chi and was being cut. The protective sword aura on his body was almost unable to withstand it. At first glance, there did not seem to be any treasures that contained sword techniques. There was only a huge tree that stood in the sky as if it was a pillar that reached the sky. He also saw an azure dragon that swam in the sky of the small world. He also saw a fire phoenix dancing in the sky, blue tides, mountains suppressing the earth, thunder and fire filling the sky, giant sharks wandering, hundreds of changes of fish and dragons, storms everywhere, and the 9 heavenly revolutions, strange phenomena. All kinds of strange phenomena were present in this small world. After careful observation, Chu Mu discovered that these strange phenomena were actually formed by various kinds of energy. They were not real life. For example, the azure dragon that was hovering in the sky was formed by the azure dragon sword chi and the 5 kinds of energy of the heavens and the earth. Each strange phenomenon represented a heaven-level sword technique. Chu Mu needed to choose a suitable heaven-level sword technique based on the 10 kinds of energy of the heavens and the earth that he had mastered. Although there were 10 kinds, there were actually 9 kinds. This was because the spatial rules of order rarely merged with the other kinds of energy of the heavens and the earth. It was not easy. Under normal circumstances, a heaven-level low-tier and mid-tier sword technique contained 5 kinds of energy of the heavens and the earth, while a heaven-level high-tier and top-tier sword technique contained 6 kinds of energy of the heavens and the earth. In terms of power, a heaven-level low-tier, mid-tier sword technique was comparable to an ordinary, unique skill. A heaven-level high-tier, top-tier sword technique was comparable to an advanced, unique skill or even a supreme, unique skill. It was not easy to cultivate a heaven-level sword technique. Firstly, it was very profound. Secondly, it contained a lot of energy of the heavens and the earth. I should be able to find a suitable sword technique for me. Chu Mu thought to himself. He had already carefully sensed a few strange phenomena. Unfortunately, he had not mastered some of the energy of the heavens and the earth that they contained. Chu Mu could not deliberately comprehend the energy of the heavens and the earth for the sake of cultivating a heaven-level sword technique. That would be neglecting the essentials and focusing on the trifles. As he gradually went deeper, he slowly sensed and searched. When his spiritual sense was exhausted, he would recover and continue his search. After recovering his spiritual sense again, Chu Mu stopped in front of a mass of chaotic air. This mass of air looked a little strange. It was constantly fluctuating. Inside it, there were flashes of lightning from time to time. Sometimes there would be a whirlwind. After sensing it carefully, Chu Mu was delighted. This mass of air contained not only sword chi, but also 5 kinds of energy of the heavens and the earth. They were the energy of wind, lightning, metal, fire, and earth. This is it. Chu Mu thought to himself. He sighed as if he had been searching for it 1,000 times. When he came into contact with this mass of air, waves of information flooded into Chu Mu's mind accompanied by images. After half an hour, Chu Mu finished receiving the information. He had obtained a heaven-level sword technique. He felt dizzy and his head hurt slightly. He quickly turned and left. The ancient archaic sword technique was a heaven-level mid-tier sword technique. It contained the 5 kinds of energy of the heavens and the earth. Chu Mu was cultivating in the training room of the Zhantian Palace. He held the imperishable sword in his hand and practiced the moves of the ancient archaic sword technique. Sword after sword, his body moved with the sword. His aura was majestic and everlasting. The sound of the air being torn apart could be heard constantly. Rays of great ancient archaic sword chi shot out from the imperishable sword, piercing through the void of the training room and leaving clear marks. Every sword had the aura of the ancient archaic path. Every sword was sharp and majestic. Every sword was peerlessly overbearing. The ancient archaic sword technique was ancient and profound. Without enough comprehension, it was impossible to achieve anything in this sword technique. Chu Mu didn't lack comprehension, so he could comprehend it. However, heaven-level sword techniques were too profound. It wasn't that easy to cultivate. He swung the sword again and again, forgetting about time and everything else. He was completely immersed in his cultivation. When he was tired, he would rest. When he rested, he would continue cultivating. Repeating this process, he became more and more familiar with the moves of the ancient archaic sword technique. The fierce and majestic ancient sword chi was boundlessly tyrannical. One after another, it bombarded the sword testing stone, causing cracks to appear on the sword testing stone that were 3 inches deep. He cultivated like a madman. Time flew by, and his grasp became more and more profound. The more he cultivated, the more Chu Mu could understand the essence of this sword technique. The ancient archaic sword technique focused on the power of wind and thunder. The other 3 kinds of energy were completely supplementary to the power of wind and thunder. In fact, most sword techniques were like this. It was impossible to focus on every kind of energy. Only by focusing on strong and weak energy could one bring out the power of the sword technique. On the human-shaped sword testing stone, countless sword scars were left behind by the ancient archaic sword technique's ancient archaic sword chi. Wind rise, thunder destroy. Chu Mu abruptly let out a low roar. His aura abruptly changed. A gale blew up, sending sand and rocks flying. Clouds flew, flames burned the heavens, golden light dazzled and lightning flashed. Everything lost its color, as if it had lost all its power. Wind rise, thunder destroy. This was also one of the sword techniques of the ancient archaic sword technique. It was one of the 2 techniques that had a name. To put it simply, the ancient Azure Sword Art sword moves were all conventional sword moves that consumed energy. As for the last 2 moves, they were not conventional sword moves. They were tyrannical sword moves that consumed a great deal of energy. Each of them had their own uses. Wind rise, thunder destroy could be used to attack, but its main use wasn't offense. It was also used for defense. It was a sword technique that was both offensive and defensive. When comparing offense and defense, defense was more outstanding. Wind, thunder, and the other 3 types of energy could better weaken an enemy's attack. They could reduce the damage to oneself, and they could also pose a threat to the enemy. Using wind rise, thunder destroy over and over again consumed a great amount of sword origin each time. Chu Mu's current reserve of sword origin couldn't be used many times. Once it was used up, he would first cultivate the other sword techniques of the ancient archaic sword technique. Then he would cultivate wind rise, thunder destroy. As for the last technique, thunder break prison, he still didn't have the ability to cultivate it. Whether it was wind rise, thunder destroy, or thunder break prison, they were all based on the other sword techniques of the ancient archaic sword technique. It could be said that the other sword techniques were the foundation. The more one cultivated, the more proficient they would become. Only after reaching a certain level could one cultivate Wind Rise, Thunder Destroy, or Thunder Break Prison. Time, for a sword artist with a higher cultivation, gradually became less important. A Nirvana Realm sword artist could easily live for tens of thousands of years. A few years or decades were nothing. It was like a few days for an ordinary person. Within the sword practice room, the sword testing stone was riddled with holes. It was a tragic sight. Fortunately, it could automatically restore itself. It didn't take long for it to be restored to its original state. It didn't look like it had been abused. Chu Mu let out a low roar and raised his sword again. With a slash, the earth was set ablaze and the earth was scorched. Blood dyed the earth red. It was like purgatory. The lightning instantly converged. The sword and the lightning became one as it slashed down, shattering everything. Chu Mu's sword and the lightning became one as it slashed down, destroying everything. Thunderbreak Prison, Chapter 1202. In the vast and deep starry sky, there were countless stars emitting countless rays of light that decorated the universe. It was filled with endless mysteries. One after another, the starships sailed in the boundless starry sky without making a sound, like stones sinking into the sea. This starship was dedicated to carrying passengers. It belonged to a certain family and Chu Mu was on it. After mastering the ancient, archaic sword technique, Chu Mu left the main shrine and prepared to return to the Five Elements Sword Sect. It had been a few years since he left the Five Elements Sword Sect. He didn't know if the sect master of the Five Elements Sword Sect had come out of seclusion. If he did, he could give the five-colored jade to the sect master of the Five Elements Sword Sect. As the god's son, Chu Mu could use the starry sky gate of the main shrine at will and directly teleport to a heavenly sword palace in the demon sword star domain. Then he could teleport to another galaxy from this heavenly sword palace and enter the night darkness galaxy. However, the distance to the Five Elements star was quite far. Chu Mu had to pay for the two teleportations, which consumed a lot of primary elixirs. He was very close to the Five Element star, only one life planet away. In order to save some primary elixirs, Chu Mu decided to take the starship. To him, there was no difference whether he arrived in an instant or 10 days later. He wouldn't waste these 10 days. He could use them to cultivate, improve his cultivation, and improve his swordsmanship. Apart from cultivating, Chu Mu was also thinking about his own path. Since entering the ancient god world, he had walked step by step. His cultivation and strength had increased, but the road ahead was still long. The more he advanced, the more he knew how long the road was. The more he climbed, the more he knew how high the mountains were. This was a road that seemed to have no end. However, since he was going down this road, he had to be firm and firm, step by step. He had to work hard and not be afraid of difficulties and obstacles. He had to be fearless and cut through all obstacles to reach the other side. His thoughts drifted away. All kinds of memories made Chu Mu's heart to pursue the Tao more determined. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed. The starship also landed in the Five Direction Star. It was not far from the mountain where the Five Elements Sword Sect was located. It directly soared into the sky, turned into a sword light, and sped in the direction of the Five Elements Sword Sect. As soon as he moved, it instantly caused a wave of exclamations of surprise because Chu Mu's speed was too swift, and it was even swifter than an ordinary rebirth realm swordsman. Not long after, Chu Mu arrived outside the mountain gate of the Five Elements Sword Sect. He immediately took out his identity, sword token. That was the identity, sword token of an esoteric disciple. His status was quite high. Senior brother, we are just following the rules of the sect. Please forgive us. The gatekeepers were only outer sect disciples. They quickly and respectfully returned the identity, sword token to Chu Mu and bowed, as if they were afraid that Chu Mu would blame them. Indeed, such a thing had happened before. Some esoteric disciples had bad tempers. When they encountered such a situation, they might directly attack and injure others. It's fine. Chu Mu put away the identity, sword token. He did not blame them, nor did he encourage them. After Chu Mu entered the 5-element sword sect, the 2 outer sect disciples guarding the mountain gate sighed, "This esoteric senior brother's temper is really good." Yeah, if it was another esoteric senior brother, it would be good if he didn't scold us. It's better not to talk about this. If we are heard, the consequences will be bad. This esoteric senior brother's name is Chu Mu. Why do I feel like I've heard this name before? Chu Mu. Chu Mu. After one of the gatekeepers muttered a few times, his eyes suddenly lit up. I remember now. A few years ago, the 10th god's son in the Heavenly Sword Hall's announcement was Chu Mu. The other gatekeeper was shocked and immediately said, "It must be the same name. If it is really the same person, our sword sect will definitely publicize it." What he said was indeed reasonable. If the 5-element sword sect was really sure that Chu Mu was the 10th god's son, they would definitely publicize it. That was an excellent opportunity to make the 5 elements sword sect famous. They could not miss it and gain both fame and fortune. However, the 5 elements sword sect did not. Therefore, this Chu Mu was not that Chu Mu. Of course, they did not know that this Chu Mu was indeed that Chu Mu, the 10th god's son, Chu Mu. It was just that the 5-element sword sect did not know. After entering the 5-element sword sect, Chu Mu flew on his sword and went straight to his Zhen Tian mountain. A few years had passed, but Zhen Tian mountain had not changed much. Greetings, Peak Master. When the other disciples of Jiang Bei and Zhen Tian mountain knew that Chu Mu had returned, they were overjoyed and quickly came to greet him. "You may rise. Jiang Bei, stay. The other junior brothers can go do their own things," Chu Mu said. Jiang Bei's cultivation was still at the first sky of the Nirvana realm. The further one progressed in cultivation, the harder it was to improve. For example, in the manifestation realm, even a genius would need 1 or 2 years to improve by 1 layer. After breaking through to the Nirvana realm, the improvement of one's cultivation base would be even slower. Compared to the manifestation realm, the improvement was several times slower. Jiang Bei's talent was relatively average. Being able to successfully reach the Nirvana realm was already due to a considerable amount of luck. It would be difficult for him to go further in the Nirvana realm. Perhaps he would not be able to cultivate to the mid-level Nirvana realm in his life, unless he encountered some opportunity. However, Jiang Bei was satisfied, even if he was trapped at the first sky of the Nirvana realm for the rest of his life. Jiang Bei naturally also noticed the changes in Chu Mu. His cultivation had reached the Nirvana realm, and he was extremely shocked. A few years ago, Chu Mu's cultivation was only at the 3rd or 4th sky of the creation realm. A few years' time was nothing for a creation realm swordsman. To be able to reach the 7th sky of the creation realm was already heaven-defying. Chu Mu, on the other hand, broke through to the Nirvana realm in an instant, and his cultivation was not inferior to his. However, Jiang Bei knew that in terms of strength, he was not as good as Chu Mu. If they fought, he would definitely die. I really don't know how he cultivates, Jiang Bei thought to himself. Aside from being shocked, he also became happy. Strictly speaking, he was now Chu Mu's follower. The stronger Chu Mu was, the better it would be for him. After reporting to Chu Mu everything that had happened on Zhentian Peak in the past few years, he also explained the major events of the 5 elements sword sect. After Chu Mu heard everything, he did not say anything. Jiang Bei retreated and Chu Mu did not rest. He quickly left Zhentian Peak and headed to the main peak of the sword sect to find one of the vice sect masters, Bai Qiong. Bai Qiong was the man with white hair. Bai Qiong was the one who had asked him to join the Sword God Legion and become a new recruit. It was also because of this that Chu Mu received the Best Recruit Medal and became a member of the Sword Edge Judgment Army. This experience could be considered an unforgettable experience in his cultivation. As for becoming a god, Chumu felt that it had nothing to do with whether or not he could enter the Sword-Edge Judgment Army. However, if he did not enter the Sword-Edge Judgment Army and his strength increased, it was still unknown whether he could enter the Trial Realm. If he could not enter the Trial Realm, then there would naturally be no later events. Then whether he could become the 10th godson was also unknown. In short, Chumu's current achievements were more or less related to Vice Sect Master Bai Cheong's decision back then. Therefore, Chumu felt grateful and respected him. This was also the reason why Chumu returned to Zhentian Peak after returning to the Five Elements Sword Sect and immediately rushed over. With Chumu's identity as a secret disciple, he had the qualifications to meet the Vice Sect Master. After a round of notification, news came that Vice Sect Master Bai Cheong had allowed Chumu to enter. When he saw Chumu, Vice Sect Master Bai Cheong's body shook. His eyes widened, but his pupils instantly contracted. An incomparably sharp light shot out from the center of his eyes, piercing through the void and tearing heaven and earth. An incomparably sharp aura erupted, like an invisible heavenly sword that split the heavens and earth. Chumu felt as if he was about to be torn into pieces. His chi and blood surged and his mind shook. Fortunately, Vice Sect Master Bai Cheong reacted quickly and hurriedly restrained his aura. Otherwise, it might cause harm to Chumu. When Vice Sect Master Bai Cheong restrained his aura, Chumu secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Although it was only a small part of a powerful sword saint's aura, it was still boundlessly tyrannical. It was far from what he, who was at the first sky of Nirvana realm, could resist. It seems that the decision back then was correct, Vice Sect Master Bai Cheong said with a faint smile. What he meant was that it was right to let Chumu join the army. Otherwise, Chumu's cultivation wouldn't have been able to rise so quickly. The trial realm opened. Did you enter it? Vice Sect Master Bai Cheong asked. Yes, Chumu said. There was no need to hide this. You should have obtained a ranking, right? Vice Sect Master Bai Cheong asked again. Yes. Chumu also directly answered without hesitation. You're the 10th godson. Vice Sect Master Bai Cheong asked a third question. Chumu was silent. He wanted to answer no because he didn't want his identity to be known. There were advantages and disadvantages. However, if he answered no, it would go against his conscience. Silence, no answer. Vice Sect Master Bai Cheong understood his meaning and smiled slightly. There seemed to be a deep shock that was difficult to release in his eyes. In his life, he had experienced countless trials and tribulations. He had also been surprised many times, but never once had he been as shocked as today. The Five Elements Sword Sect had actually produced a divine son disciple. This was unprecedented glory. However, Vice Sect leader White Sky suppressed this matter in his heart. If he announced it, the Five Elements Sword Sect's reputation would definitely soar and overshadow the Dark Knight Sword Sect. He would also gain both fame and fortune. However, it seemed that Chumu didn't intend to let others know his identity. Therefore, if he announced Chumu's identity, it might arouse his disgust. It wasn't a good thing to make a god's son dislike the Five Elements Sword Sect. Vice Sect Master Bai Cheong suppressed this thought and skipped this question. However, the tone of Vice Sect Master Bai Cheong and Chumu changed slightly and became more equal. The god's son had a high status and didn't have any conflict with him. On the contrary, their relationship was quite good. Perhaps in the future, they would need to rely on each other. After talking for a while, Chumu also asked if the Sword Sect Master was here. Chapter 1203. Gold, sharp and piercing. Green, full of vitality. Blue, gentle and continuous. Red, scorching and violent. Brown, steady and thick. 5 colors, 5 types of energy, 5 types of auras, and they constructed a small space. Chumu sat at one side of this 5-colored space, whereas another person sat before him, a person that he'd never met yet always wanted to meet. the sect master of the five-element sword sect, Lin Wufang. This was a tall and robust person with a stocky back and a slightly boorish appearance. He looked to be the type of person that was extremely strong and respected strength. Frankly speaking, he was a boorish person. But if his enemy really thought so, then he would lose for sure. As his eyes opened and closed, a trace of light faintly blossomed. And this light was called wisdom. After controlling the five-element sword sect for a few hundreds of years, if Lin Wufang was really a boorish person, then the five-element sword sect would have been annihilated a long time ago. How could it possibly still occupy the entire five-element star and be one of the 10 overlord-level sects of Nether Night Galaxy, steady like a mountain that never moved since time immemorial? It was as if the small space was centered around the figure. Chu Mu looked at Lin Wufang, and Lin Wufang was sizing up Chu Mu as well. His seemingly calm gaze was extremely sharp, and it seemed as if he wanted to see through Chu Mu. "Is there something you need from me?" Lin Wufang asked. Chu Mu was a secret disciple and had some status in the five-element sword sect, but it was still greatly inferior to the sect master. Even holy sons weren't able to meet the sect master at will, unless there was an especially important matter that the vice sect master was unable to decide, or the sect master personally summoned the sect master. Chu Mu was able to meet Lin Wufang because of White Sky's recommendation. White Sky said that Chu Mu had something important and had to meet the sect master. Of course, White Sky didn't speak of Chu Mu's true identity. If White Sky said that Chu Mu was a godchild, then there was utterly no need for any reason, as Lin Wufang himself would pay a visit. Chu Mu didn't say anything. He directly took out the five-colored jade from his interspatial ring. This five-colored jade was originally stored in his small space, but Chu Mu didn't want anyone to know about its existence, so he had taken out the five-colored jade and stored it in his space ring on the way here. Lin Wufang's eyes flashed with suspicion as he took the five-colored jade. "Elder, he asked me to give this to you," Chu Mu said. Then he briefly explained what had happened on the evil dragon star. "Elder?" Lin Wufang held the five-colored jade and became silent. After a while he said, "Elder, he left for over 100 years. I didn't expect him to pass away just like that." His tone was filled with emotion. Immediately, Lin Wufang flicked his 10 fingers and shot out a five-colored energy. It was the energy of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. It condensed into a seal and fell on the five-colored jade. The five-colored jade emitted a five-colored light like a scorching sun. Then it converged and the five-colored jade emitted a strange aura fluctuation. Lin Wufang stared at the five-colored jade. Chu Mu noticed that his expression changed slightly. It changed back and forth between joy and sorrow. In the end, it settled on ecstasy. That ecstasy was like a flash in the pan. "The jade you brought is very important. It's a great merit." Lin Wufang took a deep breath. After putting away the five-colored jade, he slowly said to Chu Mu, "Do you control the five elements?" Chu Mu nodded. "Release your power of the five elements," Lin Wufang said. Lin Wufang's words were very direct, but they weren't forceful at all. Instead, it felt like a spring breeze. Chu Mu didn't resist and released his five elements. Lin Wufang's eyes suddenly widened in shock. Rule of gold. Refinement, rule of wood. Refinement, rule of water. Refinement, rule of fire. Refinement, rule of earth, foundation. Out of the five elemental powers, 4 of them had reached the minute subtlety level. Lin Wufang's eyesight was outstanding. He could see that Chu Mu's bone age was less than 100 years old. A first sky of Nirvana realm less than 100 years old was a genius, but it wasn't enough to shock him. However, a first sky of Nirvana realm less than 100 years old had mastered the five elements, and 4 of them had reached the refinement level. He couldn't help but be shocked. His deep eyes stared at Chu Mu. Lin Wufang looked at this esoteric disciple seriously. "Since the jade you brought back is very important, you will be rewarded for this great merit." Lin Wufang pondered for a while. There are 3 options for you to choose from. First, I will promote you to the Holy Sun. You will have the rights of a Holy Sun and can compete for the position of deputy sect leader or even the position of sect leader. After saying the first option, Lin Wufang still stared at Chu Mu's eyes to see Chu Mu's reaction. However, he found that Chu Mu's expression didn't change. Even his eyes didn't have the slightest fluctuation. Second, I will give you tens of millions of sect contribution points. Chu Mu's eyes flickered. Tens of millions of sect contribution points was quite a lot. It was enough for him to exchange for a lot of treasures. Third, I will give you the 5 elements scripture to cultivate. May I ask, sect leader, what is the 5 elements scripture? Chu Mu asked. The 5 Elemental Sutra is a secret technique of our 5 Elemental Sword sect. It's not a cultivation technique, nor is it a body refining technique. It's a special technique that specializes in cultivating the power of the 5 elements and deepening one's grasp of the power of the 5 elements. Lin Wufang looked deeply at Chu Mu and explained. In the end, he added, sect contribution points cannot be exchanged for it. Chu Mu was stunned when he heard this. He was originally wondering how many contribution points he would need to exchange for the 5 elements scripture. Lin Wufang's words made him understand that the 5 elements scripture was the true secret of the sect. It wasn't something that anyone could cultivate. Lin Wufang said the third option because the 5-colored jade Chu Mu brought back was very important. Secondly, it was because Chu Mu had mastered the 5 elements and 4 of them had reached the microscopic realm. In the 5 elements sword sect, it wasn't that there weren't people who had cultivated the 5 elements to the minute subtlety level. However, they were at least at the elder level. As for disciples, there were extremely few. There were some, but they were much older than Chu Mu. Chu Mu thought for a while and made a decision to choose the 5 elements scripture. He completely excluded the first option. The Holy Sun position was more than 1 level lower than the Holy Sun position. Chu Mu didn't care about the 5 elements sword sect's deputy, sect master, or sect master position. Secondly, tens of millions of sect contribution points might seem like a lot, but when one thought about how even the cheapest absolute art would cost 30 million sect contribution points, and the same for a heaven-class, low-tier sword art, it meant that tens of millions of sect contribution points might sound like a lot, but it was actually not that much. As for the third option, Lin Wufang didn't introduce much about it. However, he said that it was a secret of the sect and that it couldn't be exchanged for with contribution points. It was enough to show its value. Lin Wufang's eyes flashed with admiration for Chu Mu's wise choice. Immediately, a 5-colored jade appeared in his hand. It was different from the one Chu Mu gave him. Accept it here. Lin Wufang handed the 5-colored jade to Chu Mu. After Chu Mu received it, he touched it with his divine remembrance. Instantly, information gushed into his mind and colorful ripples appeared. After a while, Chu Mu finished accepting it. The 5-colored jade in his hand shattered. The 5 Elements Sutra's cultivation condition is that you must master the power of the 5 elements. You have met this condition and can cultivate it, Lin Wufang said. Thank you, Sect Master, Chu Mu said. If there's nothing else, that's all. Lin Wufang asked him to leave. Chu Mu stood up and saluted with his sword before leaving. Looking at Chu Mu's back, Lin Wufang fell into deep thought. After handing the 5-colored jade to Lin Wufang and completing Elder He's request, Chu Mu felt relieved. Otherwise, he would always be thinking about it. If this continued, it might cause some negative effects. Now that he had completed Elder He's request, it was as if a speck of dust had disappeared from his heart. Quickly returning to Zhan Tian Mountain, Chu Mu went straight to the cultivation room and started to comprehend the 5 Elements Sutra that he had just obtained. Some cultivation techniques were more special. These types of cultivation techniques had different uses, but they couldn't directly increase one's cultivation or strength. However, They were very important and very precious. The Five Elements Sutra was one of them. It was one of the secret manuals of the Five Elements sword sect. It was a top-secret technique for cultivating the power of the five elements. Chu Mu gave the five-colored jade to Lin Wufang so that Lin Wufang would value him. That was why he brought up the Five Elements Sutra. After carefully comprehending it for half a day, Chu Mu finally finished reading the Five Elements Sutra. He even comprehended some of it. He was very glad that he had made the choice because the Five Elements Sutra was more useful than Lin Wufang had said. Chu Mu started to comprehend it again. He did his best to fully comprehend the Five Elements Sutra before cultivating it. Only then would he be able to ensure that there wouldn't be any mistakes. The more profound the cultivation technique, the more attention one had to pay when cultivating it. Otherwise, if there were any mistakes, it would very likely affect oneself. For a few days, Chu Mu comprehended the Five Elements Sutra over and over again. He constantly deepened his comprehension until his comprehension reached 10 points. Let's start cultivating. After adjusting his essence, chi and spirit to the peak, Chu Mu muttered to himself and began to cultivate the Five Elements Sutra. Cultivating the Five Elements Sutra was to drive the power of the five elements with the power of spiritual sense. It had nothing to do with sword origin or sword intent. The power of spiritual sense moved and immediately made a simple adjustment to the position of the power of laws in the spiritual world. 10 types of power of laws, 2 sword souls, and the heavenly desolation sword intent. Under the control of Chu Mu's spiritual sense, the power of laws of metal moved over. Then it was the power of laws of water, wood, fire, and finally the power of laws of earth. The condition for cultivating the Five Elements Sutra was to master the power of the five elements. If one didn't have the power of the five elements, even if they obtained the Five Elements Sutra, it would be useless. Under the power of Chu Mu's divine sense, the five elemental energy was in place, forming a circle that seemed to be connected at the top. Then, Chu Mu began to cultivate according to the mantra of the Five Elements Sutra. The first step was to stimulate the power of laws of metal. The power of spiritual sense vibrated in a strange way and fell on the power of laws of metal as if to stimulate the power contained in the power of laws of metal. The first time, he wasn't very familiar with it. It took him a full 10 breaths to successfully stimulate the power of laws of metal. Chapter 1204. In Chu Mu's spiritual world, the five elemental laws of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were connected, forming a circle. The 5 colors of gold, green, blue, red, and brown were shining brightly. The 5 types of energy were constantly flowing in the 5-colored circle like a river. The 5 elemental powers, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, reinforced and restrained each other. At this moment, Chu Mu's 5 elemental powers were circulating in a mutually reinforcing mode. After the law of metal was stimulated, it surged towards the law of water. After the law of water was stimulated, it surged towards the law of wood, the law of fire, the law of earth, and finally the law of metal, completing a complete cycle. After a cycle, the golden light shone brightly, and the power was much stronger than before. Metal birthed water, water birthed wood, wood birthed fire, fire birthed earth, earth birthed metal, and the 5 elements reinforced each other. The 5 elemental powers, other than the earth law, had all reached the minute subtlety level. Therefore, Chu Mu felt that the circulation of the elemental powers was a little sluggish. However, with the 5 elemental sutra, Chu Mu could quickly cultivate the earth law to the minute subtlety level. Chu Mu had been cultivating the divine wilderness sword essence, astral calamity cultivation technique, ancient firmament sword art, 5 elemental sutra, and so on. Unknowingly, half a month passed in a flash. The earth law was half a step into the minute subtlety. Just as Chu Mu was about to break through the earth law to the minute subtlety in one go, he was interrupted. Junior brother, my name is Jiang Fan. After Chu Mu came out of seclusion, he saw a person sitting in the main hall of the Zhentian Hall. It was a young swordsman who looked to be in his 20s or 30s. This young swordsman was sitting very casually, as if he was at home. When he saw Chu Mu, he lazily opened his mouth and introduced himself. However, the second sentence caused Chu Mu to be stunned. Senior brother, I've taken a fancy to this mountain. Please give it to me, junior brother, Jiang Fan said. He was not aggressive, nor did he sincerely plead. He just said it very casually, as if he was saying that the flower was very beautiful. Junior brother Jiang, this is not a good joke, Chu Mu said indifferently. Junior brother, I'm not joking. I've really taken a fancy to this mountain. Jiang Fan said with a slightly more serious expression, if junior brother is unwilling to part with his treasure, senior brother will issue a challenge. In the sect rules, there was a rule that stated that if one won a challenge, one could obtain the ownership of the other party's mountain peak. If one lost, one would have to pay 10 million low-grade origin pills or 1 million mid-grade origin pills as compensation. Before Chu Mu became a disciple of the Five Elements Sword Sect, Jiang Fan had gone out to gain experience and had a fortuitous encounter. After his cultivation broke through to the second sky of Nirvana realm, he returned to the Five Elements Sword Sect and became an esoteric disciple. Esoteric disciples had a mountain peak to themselves. After some research, Jiang Fan had taken a fancy to Zhentian Mountain. Therefore, he had come here. After investigating Chu Mu and learning more about him, based on the fact that he had entered the sect earlier and had a higher cultivation base, he addressed Chu Mu as junior brother and called himself senior brother. Then let's fight, Chu Mu said with a slight smile. Although his cultivation base was at the first sky of Nirvana realm, and Jiang Fan was at the second sky of Nirvana realm, Chu Mu was not afraid. In fact, he was eager to fight to test his strength. If he lost, he would just lose a mountain peak, which was not important to him. Most importantly, Chu Mu felt that he would not lose. Junior brother, I have to remind you that the gap between the first sky of Nirvana realm and the second sky of Nirvana realm is greater. Jiang Fan's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, So what? Chu Mu asked in reply, Good, junior brother, you're brave. Jiang Fan laughed and flew out of the hall. Chu Mu followed, closely behind. Both parties were high up in the sky above the heaven-shaking peak. They charged upwards and flew to an altitude of nearly 10,000 meters. I'm afraid that once I attack, my power will be too strong and cause damage to this mountain peak. Then the loss will outweigh the gain, Jiang Fan said with a very confident look, as if defeating Chu Mu was only a matter of time. I think so, too. Chu Mu said, the destructive power of the Nirvana realm was dozens of times greater than that of the Nirvana realm. He also did not want to cause damage to Zhentian Mountain. Jiang Bei and the others noticed the two figures in the air and looked up. Even the swordsmen of the Nirvana realm had amazing eyesight, and they could easily see things 10,000 meters away. That's the Peak Master. Who's the other one? What are the Peak Master and that person doing? Are they going to fight? As soon as the words came out, everyone became excited. 10,000 meters up in the sky, Chu Mu and Jiang Fan stood opposite each other with 100 meters between them. The wind blew past, causing their long robes to flutter and their black hair to dance. Jiang Fan reached out his right hand and clenched it. Light flickered as if ice and snow were falling. The temperature in the air suddenly dropped. In the falling snow, a sword that seemed to be made of ice appeared in his hand. He waved it gently, and the snowflakes danced in the air. Jiang Fan's aura suddenly changed from a lazy and casual look to a cool and serious one. It was as if a lazy spring had suddenly turned into a cold and gloomy winter. Jiang Fan's eyes also became cold. In an instant, the disciples on Zhentian Mountain felt their bodies tremble. Jiang Bei's face was even more serious. He felt that Jiang Fan's cultivation was higher than his. It was at the second sky of the Nirvana realm. Jiang Bei could not help but be a little worried about Chu Mu, because Chu Mu's cultivation was only at the first sky of the Nirvana realm. But the current situation was not something he could interfere with. The imperishable sword appeared in Chu Mu's hand. Wisps of imperishable aura circled around him. It was so cold that no one could get close to him. Jiang Fan waved his sword and rushed toward Chu Mu like a sword. Suddenly, the sword Qi of ice and snow shot out, and the snowflakes became heavier. It was as if a snowstorm had fallen from the sky. Snow fell down like goose feathers, turning the sky 10,000 meters into a sea of ice and snow. Low-tier heaven realm sword art, icy snow sword art. The ice and snow formed by the sword Qi attacked like a raging storm. Chu Mu smiled and slashed out with imperishable sword. Suddenly, wisps of ancient aura spread out. The ancient sword art. Ever since he had obtained the ancient sword art, he had never fought with it. This was the first time. An opponent at the second sky of the Nirvana realm who was using a low-tier heaven realm sword art might be a good opponent. The ancient sword art was performed. The ancient sword Qi shot out and shattered the ice and snow. The terrifying aura made Jiang Fan's face change. The swift and fierce sword technique and the vast and ancient aura were almost suffocating. The disciples of the heaven-shaking peak were all shocked, and Jiang Bei's expression changed drastically. The ice and snow sword Qi and the ancient azure sword Qi collided again and again. Sparks flew as the two swords clashed again and again. Terrifying explosions rang out as if they were shattering the heavens. They traveled 10,000 meters and shook the surroundings, causing the disciples of the heaven-shaking peak to almost lose their hearing. It also caused the disciples of the other peaks to be alarmed as they all looked over. In less than 10 breaths, the two sides had fought hundreds of times. Jiang Fan found that he couldn't defeat Chu Mu at all. He even seemed to be suppressed. The two swords collided. Under the explosion of power, the air was shattered, and the ice and snow were turned into powder. Jiang Fan borrowed the force and quickly retreated. He raised his sword, and an extremely cold aura suddenly burst out from his body and rushed toward his sword. "Take my move, ice and snow." Jiang Fan's voice was as cold as ice and snow. The sword slashed down, and a terrifying ice appeared. It shattered and turned into countless snowflakes. Immediately after, the snowflakes gathered again and formed a terrifying ice sword. It slashed down heavily. The heaven and earth were about to be frozen and shattered. The disciples of the sky-shaking peak below all shivered and felt extremely cold. "Let's try the wind and thunder," Chu Mu secretly said. His power burst out, and he slashed out with his sword. A strong wind blew, causing the huge sword of ice to pause for a moment. The ice on the sword was scraped up piece by piece, and then it seemed to be made of metal. It was incomparably sharp, and as it spun, it seemed to cut through space. Countless sparks flew out, and when they fell, they burned and scorched the land for thousands of kilometers. Suddenly, a lightning glow appeared and spread out, wrapping around the huge ice sword. The powerful strength caused the huge ice sword to shatter and break, turning into countless ice fragments. Jiang Fan was taken aback. He couldn't believe that his attack would be shattered so easily. His expression changed drastically. His pupils turned into snowflakes, as if they were suffused with ice. He slashed out again, and a voice colder than ice came out from his mouth. Thousands of miles of snow. Snow fell from the sky, covering thousands of miles. Not only Zhentian Mountain, but also the surrounding mountains, trees, leaves, and the surface of stones were covered with a layer of frost. It gradually spread. The swordsmen who hadn't reached the Nirvana realm felt cold all over, as if they were suddenly in the middle of winter. They couldn't help but shiver, and hurriedly operated the sword Origin to drive away the invading coldness. Palm-sized snowflakes danced in the air. The edges of the snowflakes condensed into ice, as sharp as the edge of a sword. The The sword swung forward, and countless ice snowflakes flew towards Chu-Mu like locusts. The snowflakes sliced apart the heaven and earth as they flew. Together with the ice shattered by the wind and lightning, the snowflakes were like a storm, demanding for lives. The power of the ultimate move of the Heaven Realm sword art was displayed vividly. Chu-Mu's eyes suddenly lit up. He raised his eyebrows and raised the imperishable sword. The imperishable sword intent poured in, and 5 kinds of forces of heaven and earth emerged. He slashed down. Thunder prison break. The scorched earth spread for thousands of miles, and the storm raged. It was like hell, and countless snowflakes were sucked in. The lightning that hadn't dissipated gathered again, and turned into the most terrifying thunder of all. The dark, purple thunder fell from the sky as if it was old. On Zhentian Mountain, the hearts of the disciples jumped, and they almost suffocated. The terrifying aura of destruction made them feel like they were about to die. Thunder Prison Break, a pure offensive sword move, showed its power for the first time. The terrifying dark, purple thunder shattered everything. Hell, thousands of miles of snowflakes. Everything was turned into nothingness. Under the aftermath, Jiang Fan was sent flying for thousands of meters. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was slightly injured. That sword move was too powerful. After staring at Chu-Mu for a while, Jiang Fan's cold aura faded, and he became lazy and casual again. "Senior brother Chu, you won," Jiang Fan said. He wasn't as strong as Chu-Mu, so he changed the way he addressed him. Chapter 1205. For Chu-Mu, a low-grade elemental elixir could no longer have any effect on cultivation, and even the recovery effect was minimal. A mid-grade elemental elixir was barely enough. At his current stage, with the transformation of his Dantian, the quality of his sword energy was far superior to that of the first sky of Nirvana realm. Only an upper-grade elemental elixir could meet the cultivation requirements. If he had a top-grade elemental elixir, the effect would be even better. Therefore, Chu-Mu was not happy at all when he received the 10 million low-grade elemental elixirs from Jiang Fan. What really made him happy was the actual power of the ancient archaic sword technique, which was very powerful. In the battle with Jiang Fan, Chu-Mu did not use his full strength. His sword intent and power of rules were all limited to the top of the Heaven Realm, which was the same as Jiang Fan's. He did not use his sword energy, nor did he use his powerful body refining cultivation. He only used his own cultivation to perform the ancient archaic sword technique. In terms of cultivation, Chu-Mu was at the first sky of Nirvana realm, while Jiang Fan was at the second sky of Nirvana realm. However, because of the sword techniques that they cultivated, Chu-Mu's divine wilderness sword energy was not inferior to Jiang Fan's in terms of quality. It could be said that Chu-Mu's divine wilderness sword energy was not inferior to the second sky of Nirvana realm in terms of quantity. The ancient archaic sword technique was at the middle of the Heaven realm, while the ice and snow sword technique was at the lower of the Heaven realm. The difference between the two was obvious. Chu-Mu's 4 types of power of rules, metal, fire, wind, and lightning, had reached the microscopic realm. Therefore, it was normal for him to defeat Jiang Fan. Chu-Mu thought it was normal, but the others did not think so. The difference between each level of the Nirvana realm was even greater than the difference between the 2 levels of the creation realm. It was another shock for a first sky of Nirvana realm to defeat a second sky of Nirvana realm. As the disciples of the Zhentian Peak, they were all very proud. Jiang Bei was once again happy for his choice. After defeating Jiang Fan left. Chu-Mu returned to the cultivation room of the Zhentian Hall and started cultivating again. 3 days later, Chu-Mu's Law of Earth had successfully reached the microscopic level. At this point, Chu-Mu had gained another microscopic level power of heaven and earth. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, the 5 elements were all at the level of minute subtlety and had reached a balance. As soon as Zhang Xian cultivated the Five Elements Sutra. He immediately felt that it was different from before. The Five Elements Sutra had reached a balance, and its effects were stronger. The circulation of energy was smoother. Due to the Five Elemental Scripture, some changes had occurred in Chu Mu's mental world. Cultivating the Five Elemental Scripture, the power of the five elements circulated. Unceasingly cultivating the power of the five elements also indirectly caused the mental world to become more stable and perfect. His law of earth had successfully broken through to the minute subtlety realm. Thus, Chu Mu temporarily exited seclusion. There were many visitors. They either came to make friends with him or to rope in Chu Mu on behalf of the Sword Sect's holy sons. A first sky of Nirvana realm swordsman who had defeated a second sky of Nirvana realm swordsman was already qualified for them to pay a price to rope him in. "Thank you for your kindness, but I'm used to it," Chu Mu said, rejecting all of them. What kind of joke was this? Making him, the 10th divine son of the human race, serve a holy son of a sect? Wasn't he afraid of dying young? Being rejected by Chu Mu, some people didn't say much, but there were also people who snorted coldly, as if they were dissatisfied with Chu Mu's rejection. They left a threat of "take care of yourself," waving their hands and leaving. Jian Bei was very worried because Chu Mu's actions had undoubtedly offended those people, which was equivalent to offending the group of people behind them and even the holy sons. In the future, it would probably be difficult for him to move an inch in the Five Elemental Sword Sect. However, Chu Mu didn't care at all because he didn't care at all. Whether it was status or potential, a holy son and a divine son weren't on the same level. It was like comparing the sect master of the Sword Sect and the temple master of the main divine hall. Originally, some people wanted to make things difficult for Chu Mu and let him know the consequences. However, after a piece of news came out, everyone's attention was diverted. The Tianqing list had been reactivated. The Heavenly Youth List is a fortune treasure of the human race during the Age of the Gods. After the gods fell and the center of the world shattered, it disappeared. Only now was it discovered in a secret realm and reappeared. The Heavenly Youth List records the geniuses under 100 years old. Being listed on the Heavenly Youth List not only represents glory, but also strength and potential. It also represents great fortune. When the news of the Heavenly Youth List's reappearance came out, it shook the 4 major galaxies of the human race. The complete name of the Heavenly Youth List was the Heavenly Youth List. For swordsmen, those under 100 years old were considered youth. During the Age of the Gods, the human race's geniuses all took pride in being listed on the Heavenly Youth List. The original Heavenly Youth List was carried out by a special organization called the Heavenly Youth Palace, which belonged to the Heavenly Sword Hall. However, the Heavenly Youth Palace disappeared with the end of the Age of the Gods. Now, although the Heavenly Youth Palace could be reorganized, it would require time and talents. It wasn't that easy. Therefore, there was news that in order to reopen the Heavenly Youth List and reignite the human race's fortune, the Heavenly Sword Hall was preparing to make a big move. They would mobilize the 4 major galaxies of the human race to gather all the geniuses under 100 years old for a grand competition. They would fight with their strength and fight endlessly until the end. The Heavenly Youth List would only list 100 names in the end. To be able to be listed on it meant that one had great fortune. The higher the ranking, the greater the fortune. When the geniuses had a sufficient understanding of the Heaven Youth Leaderboard, each and every one of them was agitated and excited. Countless topics revolved around the Heaven Youth Leaderboard. No matter where they went, the topics they heard would definitely be related to the Heaven Youth Leaderboard. Haha, I will definitely be listed on the Heavenly Youth List. Many swordsmen were very confident in their own strength. All of them set the Heavenly Youth List as their goal. In the 4 major galaxies of the human race, there were hundreds of galaxies. Every galaxy had a Dominator class force and at least 8 or 13 Overlord class forces. There were also countless low-grade, mid-grade, and low-grade forces. Every force had a swordsman genius. In short, in the 4 major galaxies of the human race, there were countless swordsman genius below 100 years old. Every single one of them had the intention to compete and be listed on the Heavenly Youth list. This was a grand gathering that involved the entire human race. As a result, the various armies of the Heavenly Sword Hall were all mobilized and spread out outside the 4 major galaxies of the human race. The Dominator-class forces and Overlord-class forces also responded to the call of the Heavenly Sword Hall. They mobilized a portion of their sword experts to cooperate with the Heavenly Sword Hall's army and sealed off the 4 major galaxies of the human race. It could be said that the appearance of the Heavenly Youth list had caused the Heavenly Sword Hall to issue the highest alert. This was because the Heavenly Youth list was related to the revival of the human race's providence. The human race knew about it, and the foreign race also knew about it. The foreign race didn't want the human race's providence to rise. If the providence rose, the human race's overall strength would increase bit by bit. No matter how much the news of the reappearance of the Heavenly Youth list was sealed, it couldn't be completely sealed. It would leak out eventually. When that time came, the foreign race would probably sneak into the 4 major galaxies of the human race to cause trouble and prevent the Heavenly Youth list from being ranked. Or perhaps the foreign race might send an army to attack directly. The Heavenly Sword Hall used the highest alert and mobilized the various armies of the Heavenly Sword Hall. The powerful forces mobilized and cooperated with each other to completely seal off the 4 major galaxies. There were 2 reasons for this. First, to delay the news of the Heavenly Youth list as much as possible. It would be best to delay it until the end of the Heavenly Youth list ranking battle. Even if the foreign race knew about it, it was already a foregone conclusion. Second, to prevent the news of the Heavenly Youth list ranking battle from being known by the foreign race in advance. The foreign race would then send experts to sneak into the 4 major galaxies of the human race to cause trouble and assassinate them or prevent the foreign race from sending an army to suppress them. In an instant, the 4 major galaxies of the human race were in a state of panic, and everyone was treated as an enemy. Heavenly Youth list. Very good. Let the disciples of the sect, who are less than 100 years old, register themselves, Lin Wufang said. Very soon the news spread. The registration for the Heavenly Youth list had begun. Heavenly Youth list. I won't miss such a grand event, Chumu muttered to himself. Without a doubt, he registered right away. If the Heavenly Youth list didn't have an age limit, Chumu wouldn't have any hope of being ranked on the Heavenly Youth list. However, the age limit was less than 100 years old. This gave him a glimmer of hope. To be able to reach the Nirvana realm before the age of 100 years old, one would be considered a genius among geniuses. Every level of the Nirvana realm required a lot of time. Even for those super geniuses, it would take at least a few years. Hence, to reach the second sky of Nirvana realm before the age of 100 years old was even rarer. To reach the third sky of Nirvana realm before the age of 100 years old was even rarer. As for reaching the fourth sky of Nirvana realm before the age of 100 years old, it was hard to imagine. There might be some, but it was definitely extremely rare. As for Chu Mu, although his cultivation was only at the first sky of Nirvana realm, the power of his sword origin wasn't inferior to that of a second sky of Nirvana realm. In addition to his other techniques, he could definitely compete with a third sky of Nirvana realm. Even a powerful third sky of Nirvana realm swordsman might not be able to defeat Chu Mu. This was the source of his confidence. True geniuses all had their own confidence. After the registration, the Heavenly Youth list ranking battle hadn't started yet. Chu Mu seized the time to go into seclusion and try his best to improve his abilities in all aspects. No matter which aspect he improved, it would affect his abilities and bring about an improvement. Like Chu Mu, the geniuses who had registered either went into seclusion to cultivate or entered the secret territory to fight to the death. In short, they used the most useful method to improve their abilities as much as possible in preparation for the Heavenly Youth list ranking battle that was about to begin. Far away in the center of the 4 major star areas on the floating island around the main shrine, the divine princes gathered. "I have already registered for the Heavenly Youth list," Lin Yiming said. "I will definitely be on the Heavenly Youth list. I feel that it won't be difficult for us to get on the Heavenly Youth list. The problem is whether we can get into the top 10, Songlei said. They were divine princes, and their ambitions were higher than the sky. They were 100% confident that they could get on the Heavenly Youth list. But they didn't want to be ranked too low. That's right. Even if we can't get first place, we have to at least get into the top 10. Tuo Bajan's eyes were blazing with battle intent. Don't be careless. Although we are divine princes, the descendants of some great emperors aren't inferior to us. Some of the secret techniques of the dominators are also enough to compete with us, Morong Changfeng said. The divine princes were indeed ambitious, but it didn't mean that they were invincible. There were many geniuses in this world. Chapter 1206. The registration for the Heavenly Youth list lasted for 10 days before it ended. After another 5 days, the Heavenly Youth list battle finally began. The 4 major galaxies of the human race were vast, and there were more than 100 galaxies. There were many geniuses who met the requirements for the Heavenly Youth list. It was hard to imagine that so many geniuses would be gathered to compete for the top 100 names. Countless geniuses competing for the top 100 names. It was difficult to imagine how intense it would be. According to the statistics, there were more than 200 disciples from the 5 Elements sword sect who met the requirements. Every one of them was in the Nirvana realm and was less than 100 years old. The biggest requirement for the Heavenly Youth list battle was the age limit. There was no restriction on cultivation base. However, it was expected that the Heavenly Youth list would be ranked in the Nirvana realm. Without reaching the Nirvana realm, one wouldn't understand the power of the Nirvana realm. Even Chu Mu, who had displayed top divine grade sword intent and grade 3 sword force when he was at the peak of the 9th heavenly layer fortune realm, and even executed Desheng's burning blood transformation to increase his strength by burning his blood essence. At most, he could only contend with the most ordinary first heavenly layer of Nirvana realm swordsmen. This was the difference, the absolute difference. The difference in life and strength. Therefore, even if non-Nirvana realm swordsmen participated, they would only be supported by others. Rather than humiliating themselves and leaving a shadow in their heart, it was better not to participate and cultivate obediently. Not participating this time didn't mean that they wouldn't have a chance to be ranked on the Heavenly Youth list. After the Heavenly Youth Palace was completed, the Heavenly Youth list wouldn't be ranked through this method. At that time, anyone who was less than 100 years old would have a chance to be ranked on the Heavenly Youth list. At this moment, a huge azure light that seemed to be able to cover the entire world trembled and fluttered in the wind with the central divine hall as the center. Several thousand saints of the central divine hall all released their powerful sword origin, which poured into the azure light as streaks of light. Immediately, the azure light became brighter and brighter, expanding greatly. Ancient chanting sounds came from the azure light. Vaguely, there seemed to be 100 ancient figures sitting cross-legged in the azure light, chanting the human race's praises. The chanting sounds gradually drifted away, passing by the thousands of Saint Realm swordsmen and covering their bodies with a faint layer of azure light. As the chanting continued, the azure light became brighter and brighter, as if it was a blazing azure sun. The azure light expanded to tens of thousands of meters and enveloped the thousands of Saint Realm swordsmen. The chanting sounds of the 100 figures in the center of the azure light became louder and louder and louder, resounding through the heavens and earth. This continued for over half a month. At this point, the cyan light had reached its peak. The chanting was also extremely powerful. When the last character of the chanting burst out, the green ball of light expanded and contracted rapidly. It expanded again and again, and then it exploded without end. The Nirvana Youth list, Nirvana Youth Nirvana Realm Swordsman of Nirvana Youth Realm Swordsman. To the Youth List. To the Heavenly Youth Nirvana Heavenly Sect. Heavenly Sect. Afterwards, every sword sect genius with the Heavenly Youth token entered the secret realm of the sword sect and were protected. Nirvana Realm experts were the main targets. There was a reason for this. Chu Mu sat cross-legged in the secret realm of the 5 elemental sword sect. Powerful 5 elemental seals surrounded him, protecting him very well. Even Saint Realm experts could forget about breaking through the 5 elemental seals and injuring him in a short amount of time. Chu Mu closed his eyes as he held the Heavenly Youth token. His breathing became even as he began to regulate his breathing, causing his essence, vitality, and spirit to gradually rise to the peak. After a while, Chu Mu felt a strange ripple of energy pass by his body. The Heavenly Youth token in his hand immediately trembled and released a ring of azure light. The light instantly expanded and merged with the strange ripple of energy, enveloping Chu Mu's body like an azure eggshell. This azure eggshell had an astonishing defensive power. Even a full-powered attack from a low-level sword, Saint couldn't do anything to it. The outermost layer was guarded by the experts of the 5 elemental sword sect. Further in was the 5 elemental secret realm, followed by the 5 elemental seals, and finally, the azure eggshell's protection. It could be said that even a high-level Saint Realm expert couldn't threaten Chu Mu and the others. As the strange ripple of energy passed by and covered the azure eggshell, Chu Mu only felt his consciousness sink into darkness, as if he was about to fall into a deep sleep. After an unknown amount of time, Chu Mu woke up and opened his eyes. It was as if he had just woken up after sleeping for a long time. When he opened his eyes, a trace of confusion flashed through his clear eyes. Where is this? Chu Mu only felt that his head was a little swollen. He rubbed his temples as if there were many things that he couldn't remember. His body moved, and he got up from the wooden bed. He felt that he should be able to relax even more. He closed his eyes again and tried hard to recall and straighten out his thoughts. There seemed to be a flash of inspiration. My name is Chu Mu. I'm an esoteric disciple of the 5 elemental sword sect and also the 10th son of God of Sword Hall. I participated in the Heaven Azure list ranking battle. This is the Heaven Azure Void World. After trying hard to recall, Chu Mu remembered these things. He patted his head lightly and felt that he seemed to have forgotten some things. He got off the bed and looked down at himself. He was wearing a coarse hemp robe and couldn't help but be stunned. This didn't seem to be what he was wearing, right? Where was the supreme grade saint armor? Chu Mu didn't dwell on why he was wearing a coarse hemp robe. He raised his head and looked around, sizing up the environment. This was a very simple wooden house. There was a wooden bed for resting, a wooden table next to the head of the bed, and a wooden chair in front of the table. On the wall opposite the bed, there was an ordinary-looking sword. In addition, there was a bathroom. When he saw the sword, Chu Mu's pupils trembled and inexplicably emitted a ray of light that was restrained. He took a step forward, stretched out his hand, and took the ordinary-looking, sheathed sword from the wall. When the sword was in his hand, a familiar feeling arose spontaneously. It was as if his hand was originally supposed to hold a sword. It was as if he was born to practice the sword and was born for the sword. The scabbard was made of fish-scale leather, and the hilt was black and polished. Chu Mu's right hand held the hilt and only felt a slight friction between his palm and the hilt. It wasn't easy for his hand to slip. He slowly pulled out the sword. The slight friction between the sword and the scabbard sounded. That sound was a little noisy and a little obscure. Chu Mu muttered to himself, "This sword is 3 feet and 2 inches long, 1 inch and 1 inch wide, and 25 inches thick. It weighs 6 pounds and 8 ounces. The forging method is ordinary, and the quality of the sword is very ordinary." When he held the sword in his hand, not only did he have a very familiar feeling, but he could also see the various advantages and disadvantages of this sword with a glance. This was a black iron sword, a very ordinary black iron sword. But no matter how ordinary or simple it was still a sword that could kill. The sword was already out of the scabbard. The sword's body was gray and a little dim. Chu Mu stared at the sword for a while, and the familiar feeling became stronger and stronger. There was no move, just a casual wave of his hand. A slight sound of wind breaking could be heard, and the sword light flashed as the sword slashed out. Why do I feel that I have mastered many sword techniques? Chu Mu thought to himself, but no matter how he thought, he couldn't remember what sword technique he had learned. In his inner vision, his spiritual world was very small. It was dark, empty, and cold. The meridians in his body were blocked, and his dantian was also empty. There was not a trace of power. He raised his hand, raised his foot, and punched out. The power was relatively ordinary, and there was nothing special about it. This was completely the body of an ordinary person. No, it was a body that was slightly stronger than an ordinary person's body. But compared to his original body, the difference was too big. It was like comparing a firefly to the bright moon. Suddenly, a piece of information emerged from the depths of his mind. 3 years. I only have 3 years. The information that emerged from the depths of his mind was like a strong alarm, constantly reminding Chu Mu and deepening his impression. He only had 3 years. He had to use these 3 years to cultivate as much as possible, improve all his abilities, and increase his strength. As for what would happen after 3 years, he didn't know. 3 years. This was like a curse, as if something bad would happen if he didn't achieve a certain goal after 3 years. The urging of 3 years was like a curse. Chu Mu's heart beat faster, and his blood flowed faster. Even his breathing became hurried. He tried hard to regulate his breathing and control it. Even though he had forgotten a lot, it was an instinct that was integrated into his soul. As long as his soul was still there, he wouldn't forget. As he consciously regulated his breathing, his heartbeat and blood flow returned to normal. His breathing also calmed down. Although the urging of 3 years had calmed down, Chu Mu didn't dare to underestimate it or relax. He sheathed his sword and held it in his left hand. He turned around and strode to the door of the wooden house. He pushed the door open, and a bright light shone out. I've long heard that the Tianqing list is mysterious, but I didn't expect it to be so mysterious. It can build a virtual world that covers the 4 major galaxies. In the main shrine, an elder exclaimed. They could see the structure of the Tianqing virtual world. It's indeed mysterious. It allows the participants to enter as their souls and reconstruct the bodies of ordinary people for them. It temporarily seals their memories about cultivation, so they only know their names and identities. It also sets a time limit of 3 years for them to work hard to improve their abilities and strength in all aspects. Through this, it can see their talent, potential, and everything else. Although the memories related to the cultivation method and sword art have been temporarily sealed, the other memories are still there. Being strong for a while didn't mean that one would be strong forever. The ranking on the Tianqing list wasn't based on one's strength for a while, but on one's talent and potential for eternity. It included many aspects. Therefore, every participant had to start from scratch after entering the Tianqing virtual world. Within 3 years, they had to rely on their memories, talent, and potential to do their best to improve. Chapter 1207. There was a huge sun in the sky. It was burning fiercely and emitted thousands of rays of white light. It was like a heavenly sword descending and shooting on the ground, making people feel hot. Looking up, Chu Mu squinted his eyes. He felt that it was dazzling and hurriedly covered his eyes with his hands. Now he was just an ordinary person. His eyes were weak and couldn't look directly at the light of the sun. Behind Chu Mu was a small wooden hut. Looking further, there was a row of small wooden huts. The small wooden huts' doors opened one after another, and figures walked out one after another. None of them knew each other. They looked at each other and didn't say anything. Their souls had entered the azure sky ethereal world. Their memories of cultivation methods and sword skills were temporarily sealed. However, their other memories were still there. Therefore, their personalities and temperaments weren't affected. The arrogant ones were still arrogant, the cold ones were still cold, and indifferent ones were still indifferent. But now, everyone, no matter male or female, was wearing coarse linen clothes. They were either carrying a black iron sword. There wasn't the slightest ripple of sword chi on their bodies. Even so, their eyes were still very sharp, and they were flickering with light. Every one of them was a genius swordsman. They were super geniuses who had reached the nirvana realm before the age of 100. Every one of them had great attainments in sword skills. Although they didn't have cultivation, sword intent, or the power of heaven and earth, and had forgotten cultivation methods, they were all swordsmen in essence. They all had the sharpness that belonged to swordsmen. Soon, the people who walked out of the wooden huts started to move. Chu Mu was among them. Chu Mu's memory was outstanding. He wasn't affected at all. With a glance, he could remember every position and face and quickly identify them. This place is called Night Underworld Tribe. Night Underworld is a bit familiar. After a while, Chu Mu had a good understanding of the place he was in. The Dark Night Tribe is huge. There are about 30,000 people like me. Besides, there are a few people who are different from me. If Chu Mu recovered his memories, he would definitely be shocked. The Dark Night Tribe was actually a miniature version of the Dark Night Galaxy. It didn't exist in the form of a galaxy, but in the form of a village. There were about 30,000 people like him, which meant that there were super geniuses in the Night Darkness Galaxy who had reached the Nirvana realm before the age of 100. Perhaps a small portion of them had not entered the Sky Azure Void world for various reasons. There were only 30,000 people in one galaxy. At first glance, it sounded like a small number. At least in terms of the overall ratio, it was very small. However, don't overlook the fact that these 10,000 people were all super geniuses who had reached at least the first sky of Nirvana realm before the age of 100. Among these 30,000 people, most of them knew about the Sky Azure list ranking battle and took the risk to enter the Nirvana realm. About 20,000 people were like this. The other 10,000 people had a solid foundation. They had accumulated amazing potential through their own continuous accumulation. In the end, they made a proper breakthrough and successfully entered the Nirvana realm, reaching the first sky of Nirvana realm. As for the other geniuses, some of them were just over 100 years old and had exceeded the requirements. Some of them were not even 100 years old and had reached the peak of the ninth sky of Nirvana realm. They had been accumulating for a period of time. In another 1 or 2 years, they would successfully enter the Nirvana realm. After entering the Nirvana realm, they would not be more than 100 years old. These super geniuses were pounding their chests and stamping their feet. This time, they would not be able to participate in the Sky Azure list ranking battle. However, these super geniuses who were not even 100 years old were also working hard and accumulating their own potential. After entering the Nirvana realm, they would advance by leaps and bounds. At that time, they would challenge the geniuses on the Sky Azure list and enter the Sky Azure list. Apart from the 30,000 people, there were other people in the Dark Night Tribe who seemed to belong to the Sky Azure Void world. These people were all people of status. For example, the middle-aged man who was talking to Chu Mu and the other geniuses was the shopkeeper of a bookstore. The books sold in this bookstore were all secret manuals. Secret manuals were cultivation techniques, sword skills, body movements, footwork, and so on. Young friends, would you like to choose a cultivation technique? The shopkeeper of the bookstore asked with a smile. What's the price? Chu Mu asked faintly. I can give you a half-price discount for the first time you choose a cultivation technique. The shopkeeper of the bookstore stroked his long beard and smiled. For example, I can sell you a cultivation technique that costs 100 strands of void chi for 50 strands of void chi. Where does the void chi come from? A young man with long hair asked with a glint in his eyes. There are void beasts living in the wilderness outside the Dark Knight tribe. You can obtain the void chi by killing them. The shopkeeper of the bookstore chuckled. The void chi can not only be used to purchase cultivation techniques, elixir pills, swords, and weapons, but also to assist your own cultivation. It is very important. How strong are the void beasts? Chu Mu asked again after thinking for a while. Although Xiao Chen could not recall his past memories, he vaguely knew that he was not weak in the past. However, for some reason, he had become an ordinary person now. Furthermore, he had 3 years of urging him to work hard. However, as an ordinary person, Xiao Chen was still too weak. He did not know how strong the void beasts were. This was the first time Xiao Chen had heard of it. It was better to be prepared. All right, I will tell you all about the cultivation divisions of the Azure Sky Void World. The shopkeeper of the bookstore smiled and said, the cultivation system here is divided into 2 paths, the Qi cultivation path and the body cultivation path. Regardless of whether it is the Qi cultivation path or the body cultivation path, the realms are divided into the same 10 heavens. 10 heavens! The geniuses frowned and fell into deep thought. They remembered that the realms were not divided like this. However, the cultivation levels in the Azure Sky Void World were clearly different. The shopkeeper of the bookstore smiled and looked at everyone's reaction. He did not give a detailed explanation. Our human race's cultivation is divided into 10 heavens. As for the void beasts, they are also divided into 10 grades, corresponding to the 10 heavens. These 10 heavens are not divided into elementary, intermediate, or advanced grades, the shopkeeper explained. Everyone listened attentively, wanting to understand more. As for the other details, I will not go into them. However, I have detailed information about the human race's cultivation realms and the strength of void beasts. One book only requires 10 strands of rank 1 void chi. Rank 1 void chi is the void chi of rank 1 void beasts. Of course, I know that all of you do not have void chi yet. Hence, I can give you this book that contains detailed information about the human race and void beasts. However, you all have to sign a contract with me. Within 10 days, you have to give me double the amount of void chi. The shopkeeper of the bookstore continued smiling. However, this smile was no longer kind in the eyes of the crowd. Instead, it was somewhat treacherous. All right, only one person is allowed to read each book, the shopkeeper of the bookstore added. He still had that smile on his face, but he looked even more despicable now. With just one sentence, the geniuses who wanted to buy the book together immediately gave up on the idea. I want 1 book. However, it's just 20 strands of rank 1 void chi, a tall and sturdy genius said with a cold smile. I want 1 too. The way to sign the contract was very simple. All they had to do was press their fingerprints. It did not seem to have any binding force. Chumu also wanted 1 book. Sharpening the axe would not delay the work of cutting firewood. Furthermore, he also believed that it would not be difficult to obtain rank 1 void chi. The shopkeeper of the bookstore was grinning from ear to ear. One had to know that there were already hundreds of people who had signed the contract to buy the book. Hundreds of people multiplied by 20. That was thousands of strands of rank 1 void chi. Furthermore, according to what he knew, there were more than a few hundred people who had entered this place. Remember, you only have 10 days. If you are unable to give me 20 strands of rank 1 void chi within 10 days, you will die once. The taste of death is not good. Furthermore, you will be weak for 5 days. The shopkeeper of the bookstore laughed again. For some reason, his laughter gave off a demonic feeling. After obtaining the book, Chumu quickly returned to his wooden house. He closed the door, opened the book, and started reading. The book was not thick, but the content was indeed very detailed. It was very clear about the human race's chi and body refinement stage 10. There were also records about sword intent and the power of heaven and earth. In addition, the division of void beasts was also very detailed. It also indicated that there were ordinary void beasts, elite void beasts with powerful bloodlines, and even extremely terrifying void beast kings. When one reaches the first layer of refinement, one will possess 10,000 pounds of strength. When one reaches the second layer of refinement, one will possess 20,000 pounds of strength. When one reaches the third layer of refinement, one will possess 40,000 pounds of strength. When one reaches the fourth layer of refinement, one will possess 80,000 pounds of strength. Thus, the strength of each layer will increase exponentially. When one reaches the 10th layer of refinement, their strength will reach a terrifying 5,200,000 pounds. Body refinement stage and Qi refinement stage correspond to each other. Each has its own advantages and disadvantages. Ordinary rank 1 void beasts possess an average of 10,000 gene of strength. Elite rank 1 void beasts possess even more strength and speed. They can display even more strength. Void beast kings not only possess tyrannical strength, they also possess beast power, grasp beast skills, and possess a certain level of intelligence. Right now, I don't have any sword chi. My strength is only 500 gene. Compared to the most ordinary rank 1 void beasts, the difference in strength is 10 times. The difference in strength is too great. There is simply no comparison. Chu Mu could not help but frown. Right now, just a rank 1 void beast was enough to instantly kill him, not to mention hunting void beasts to obtain void chi. Like Chu Mu, the geniuses who understood the specific situation all frowned. It was almost impossible to accomplish. A difference of 10 times in strength. Just the airflow caused by the attacks would be enough to obstruct them. Flipping to the last page of the book, it was about death. Dying in the Azure Sky virtual world wasn't a true death, because after dying they would be revived in the tribe. If they were killed without any cultivation, they wouldn't lose anything. However, if they died after reaching the first sky, their cultivation would drop by 1 sky. For example, if a level 1 celestial body died, he would become an ordinary person. If a level 2 celestial body died, he would drop to level 1 celestial body. After reading the last page, Chu Mu was surprised to find that the words on it had faded and disappeared. When he flipped to the front, it was completely blank. At this point, the geniuses finally understood that obtaining 20 strands of first-grade void chi in 10 days was not a simple matter. Chapter 1208. Almost everyone in the 4 major star zones of the human race and hundreds of galaxies was paying close attention to what was happening in the Heaven Azure virtual world. However, they could not see what was happening in the Azure Sky illusory world, so they could only wait. Azure Sky illusory world night dark tribe. Chu Mu sat cross-legged on the wooden bed and started to think. The reminder in his mind was like an imprint. It seemed that if he did not reach a certain height within 3 years, something bad would happen. It formed an invisible pressure that urged him to hurry up. Returning 20 strands of rank 1 illusory chi to the bookstore owner within 10 days became the most urgent thing. 20 strands of rank 1 illusory chi. According to the records in the book, killing an ordinary rank 1 illusory beast usually gave only 1 strand of illusory chi. In other words, under normal circumstances, one would have to kill 20 rank 1 illusory beasts to get 20 strands of rank 1 illusory chi. Comparing the difference between himself and a rank 1 illusory beast, Chu Mu knew that at this stage he did not have any cultivation techniques or powerful sword techniques. It was impossible to kill a rank 1 illusory beast with just basic sword techniques. However, he knew that if it was his original self, he could easily kill a rank 10 illusory beast. Strength. Everything is based on strength. I must have the strength to kill a rank 1 illusory beast within 10 days. Otherwise, I will be punished by dying once and being weak for 5 days. At this stage, dying once was not a loss, but being weak for 5 days was not a small price to pay. After all, 3 years were limited. 5 days was very likely to make him fall behind the starting line. Every second counted. His thinking speed was super fast as he thought about all kinds of ways to increase his strength. Without any cultivation techniques or sword techniques, it was like starting from scratch. However, Chu Mu had his original soul, which was 10 times stronger than an ordinary person. His comprehension and the abilities that were integrated with his soul were all present. The huge pressure also brought a huge motivation. Sword intent, my sword intent, is extremely powerful. I have to comprehend sword intent again, as he muttered to himself. Chu Mu's eyes lit up. Soon after, the light receded and his eyes became clear, then deep. He pulled out his sword and placed the jet-black metal sword on his open palm. When it came into direct contact with his palm, the ice-cold feeling was extremely clear. His deep eyes seemed to be able to absorb light as he stared at the iron sword in his hands. Chu Mu's mind also sensed it. Unknowingly, his eyes slowly closed. He calmed his heart and cleared his mind. Only his mind was in contact with the iron sword in his hands. It was as if the world had disappeared and everything had sunk into darkness. Even his heartbeat had become extremely weak. The only thing that remained was a single thought: the sword. That spiritual light gradually became brighter and stronger. It was as if a sword had appeared in the depths of the spiritual light. Sword. What is a sword? Suddenly, a voice sounded from the void. It was very soft, as if someone was whispering. What is a sword? The voice suddenly grew louder. What is a sword? His voice was like a sudden clap of thunder, roaring through the ages. What is a sword? It was earth-shattering. What is a sword? Heaven and earth were shattered, and the sun and moon were destroyed. It was the same question, but the voice asked it over and over again. Each time, it was grander and grander than the last. Its aura surged and shook Chu Mu's mind. The light was like a candle flame that was blown by the wind. As it swayed, it seemed to be about to be extinguished. A fine crack appeared on the sword in the spiritual light, and it was almost broken. What is a sword? Once again, the voice was so vast that it was indescribable. With a roar, even the universe was about to be destroyed. The sword in the spiritual light cracked and shattered. As the spiritual light swayed, it was extinguished. Chu Mu's mind was also shattered in an instant. The sharpness is a sword. In the darkness, a weak voice sounded. Suddenly, a little bit of spiritual light appeared, like a firefly in the dark night, like a spark in the ashes. Killing is a sword. The indifferent voice sounded again with an indescribable firmness. Suddenly, a little bit of weak spiritual light burst out, turning from a spark into a flame. A sword is a sword. An incomparably firm voice sounded, and a tyrannical aura of sharpness surged from the void and poured out. The mighty flow of sharpness could destroy eternity. It was as if oil had been poured on the flame of spiritual light. It suddenly became blazing hot and began to burn fiercely. In the depths of the flame, another ray of light was born. As the light flowed, it formed a long strip, as if it was containing something. A sword is a sword. A sword has a sharp point, which can be pierced and is incomparably sharp. A sword has a sharp edge, which can be cut and is shockingly sharp. A sword has a blade, which can be slashed and is incomparably sharp. A sword has a body, which can be swept and destroyed. A sword has a pool, which can be blocked. A sword has a handle, which can be grasped. A sword has a head, which can be used to assist. As this vast and indifferent voice sounded, the ray of light in the depths of the raging flames gradually revealed its original appearance. The light faded bit by bit, revealing a sword tip. It was incomparably sharp and could pierce through all hardness. Then, the sword tip slowly revealed itself. It was incomparably sharp and could cut through all defenses. The light continued to fade, revealing the blade. It was astonishingly sharp and could cut through everything. The body of the sword was revealed. It was a blazing sword body that contained astonishing tenacity. As it swept across, Its power was astonishing and could destroy all things. The words spoken by the voice seemed to have used great power to forge the sword. The sword had a gauntlet, which could be used to block attacks. The sword had a hilt, which allowed the user to wield it. When using the sword in battle, one could unleash the sharpness of the sword itself. The sword had a head, which was the balance of the sovereign sword, and could be used to counterattack. A complete sword appeared in the flame of spiritual light. A sword is a murderous weapon, mainly used to kill. The last sentence seemed to be the conclusion. The flame of spiritual light shrank, and the sword emitted an intense light. The terrifying sharpness was like a blazing sun, illuminating the surroundings and dispelling the darkness. Suddenly, Chumu's tightly shut eyes opened. Two incomparably sharp glints shot out like formless and colorless sword auras. The air was pierced through, and the iron sword resting on his palms trembled. A sword cry rang out, sounding high-spirited and joyful. Traces of sharpness surrounded Chumu's body, cutting through everything. You have comprehended the beginner level of sword intent. You have received 1,000 genius points. A voice sounded. With a thought, the sharpness was like an invisible sword energy that shot out and cut through the corner of the wooden table. It silently cut through it like cutting through tofu. The cut was smooth and flat. This is sword intent. I've once again grasped sword intent. The light in Chumu's eyes dimmed. Sword intent wasn't based on sword aura, body or soul. Instead, it was closely related to the three. It was the convergence of essence, energy, and soul. It was the product of the sword's power reaching a certain level. Sword intent was an invisible force that was incomparably sharp. It could break through the toughness of the body, destroy the heart's demons, and eliminate all negative emotions. Sword intent was the symbol of a true swordsman. The current Chumu had an ordinary physique and no chi cultivation, but he had comprehended sword intent again. A newly comprehended sword intent is actually so pure. Compared to the original top divine rank sword intent, although it's much weaker, it's much purer. Vaguely, Chumu seemed to have comprehended something, but he couldn't grasp it. I wonder if I can kill a grade 1 void beast with the sword intent I have now? Chumu thought to himself. His gaze seemed to pierce through the wooden house, looking outside the Dark Knight tribe. The moment Chumu comprehended sword intent, the aborigines of the Dark Knight tribe seemed to have felt something, and their bodies trembled. Then, above the Dark Knight tribe, azure light gathered and condensed into a list. At the top of the list were 5 words, Galaxy's Genius List. Below those 5 words, a row of words appeared. Chumu, 5 elements, sword sex, esoteric disciple. Below that it was a blank space. At the same time, on the night darkness galaxy, the Dominator and Overlord forces, as well as other forces of various sizes, all had their disciples enter the Sky Azure virtual world. The Azure virtual world was filled with azure light. The azure light spread out and formed a huge ranking list. Galaxy's Genius List. 5 words appeared, grand and majestic, ancient and vicissitudes of life, making people feel suffocated. Below the Galaxy's Genius List appeared, Chumu, 5 elements, sword sex, esoteric, disciple genius points. 1,000. It's our sword sex, senior brother. Our sword sex, senior brother Chu, is too awesome. The disciples of the 5 elements sword sect cheered, while the other esoteric disciples of the 5 elements sword sect had different expressions. As for the senior members, they were very happy. The Galaxy's Genius List, as the name suggested, was a list of the geniuses of a galaxy. The Dark Knight Galaxy had the sovereign realm Dark Knight, sword sect, the 10 overlords, and many other forces of various sizes, and there were countless geniuses. The first person to appear on the Galaxy's Genius List was a disciple of the 5 elements sword sect, which immediately caused a huge uproar. The people of the Dark Knight sword sect found it hard to believe. They were the sovereigns of the dark night galaxy and had more geniuses than the other forces, so they should be first on the galaxy's genius list. Is there a mistake on the galaxy's genius list? It can't be wrong, but it's okay to have the upper hand for a while. The real hero is the one who has the last laugh. I think Chumu is just lucky to have the upper hand for a while. Zhu Tiantong, Qin Gang, and the other senior brothers of the Dark Knight Sword Sect will soon surpass him and trample him under their feet. There were all kinds of discussions. Chumu, this name sounds familiar. The 10th divine child's name is also Chumu. Is it the same person? Definitely not. In other galaxies, the galaxy's genius list appeared one after another. There was at least one name on each galaxy's genius list, and all of them were geniuses who had comprehended sword intent. Galaxy's genius list, Chumu, esoteric disciple of the 5 Elements Sword Sect. I have no impression of him at all. What's going on? Why is there a galaxy's genius list? Many geniuses in the Dark Knight tribe saw the cyan list in the sky above the tribe and were puzzled. How can one be listed on the galaxy's genius list? What is the genius point? This question immediately made the geniuses ponder. Those who could participate in the Heaven Genius list were no fools. Chapter 1209. The door to the wooden hut opened, and a figure walked out. This figure gave off a sharp aura, but as he walked, he gradually withdrew it. After 3 steps, he regained his calm. Chumu held the iron sword in his left hand and walked out of the night underworld tribe. After comprehending sword intent, Chumu planned to leave the night underworld tribe and test the strength of a rank 1 foe beast to see if he could kill one. Eventually, he would have to take that step. The deadline was 10 days. Half a day had already passed, so the time was very precious. Damn it! Foe beasts are too strong. Although I can predict their attacks, it is hard to dodge them. If I had the strength of my main body, I would be able to instantly kill 1,000 rank 1 foe beasts with 1 sword slash. Along the way, Chumu heard many discussions. Above him, there were already people who took the risk of leaving the night underworld tribe and entering the wilderness, but they were killed by foe beasts. Let's work together. With more people working together, we will definitely be able to kill foe beasts with our combat experience and sword techniques. Basically, every genius had 500 kilograms of physical strength. This was what they relied on. Naturally, it was impossible to use 500 kilograms of physical strength to fight against 10,000 kilograms of physical strength. However, humans had intelligence, and ordinary foe beasts had no intelligence, only bestial instincts. Furthermore, the geniuses only had their memories of cultivation techniques and sword techniques sealed. If foe beasts only had 500 kilograms of physical strength, they would not be a match for the geniuses. With 500 kilograms of physical strength and basic sword techniques, their strength would be extraordinary. Brother, are you going out to hunt foe beasts? Someone asked directly as he blocked Chumu's path. What advice do you have? Chumu asked indifferently. Brother, you still don't know how powerful foe beasts are, right? Right now, we are no match for foe beasts. How about you work together with us to deal with foe beasts? The foe chi you obtain will be distributed according to your contribution. This person said with assurance. He used this method to gather a few people. I'm used to traveling alone, Chumu said, rejecting the other party. That's a pity. After being rejected, this person's eyes flashed with a bright light. Then he smiled and returned to his team. When the other teams saw that Chumu had rejected them, they didn't say anything. The perimeter of the Dark Knight tribe was very simple. It was a fence made of thigh-thick logs, with an open door as the exit. After walking out, he first saw a river that was 100 meters wide. On the river, there was a wooden arch bridge that connected the 2 sides. The water flowed slowly and was so clear that one could see the bottom. Fishes could be seen swimming around. They were as small as a finger and as big as a meter. They looked very plump. Looking at those fishes, Chumu suddenly had a thought. He would be hungry, although he didn't feel it now. That's right. Right now, I have the body of an ordinary person. It's normal for me to feel hungry. Xiao Qin thought to himself as he walked across the wooden bridge and entered the wilderness. There were strong auras in the wilderness, and he could even see some faux beasts. On the other side of the wooden bridge, the geniuses who were working together sneered when they saw Chu Mu cross the wooden bridge alone. Some of them had experienced it personally, while others had seen people being torn apart by faux beasts with their own eyes. Even though they had impressive attainments in swordsmanship and combat techniques, their cultivation bases couldn't keep up. Their thinking was also limited due to their insufficient cultivation bases. When facing an enemy 10 times stronger than them, they simply couldn't display their abilities. He will definitely die a miserable death. I won't accept him if he begs me to work together again. The genius who had invited Chu Mu but had been rejected sneered. Just as Chu Mu walked out of the Dark Knight tribe and entered the wilderness, the Galaxy Genius list above the Dark Knight tribe changed again. Another name appeared below Chu Mu's name. Zhu Tiantong's esoteric disciple genius points of the Dark Knight sword sect. 1,000. After 10 seconds, another name appeared. Chun Gang's esoteric disciple genius points of the Dark Knight sword sect. 1,000. The time they took to comprehend the sword intent was an hour longer than Chu Mu. Before long, another name appeared below Qin Gang's. Names sprung up one after another on the Galaxy Genius list like bamboo shoots after a rain. All of them had 1,000 genius points. As for Chu Mu, he had already walked into the wilderness and was facing a void beast. It was a gray wolf that was more than a meter long. Its eyes were red and filled with bloodlust as it stared at Chu Mu. It lowered its head and opened its mouth. Turbid saliva dripped down, and a terrifying growl came from the depths of its throat. Its body was half-crouched like a bow that had been pulled to its limit, ready to shoot. This was an ordinary Grade 1 faux beast, the red-eyed wolf. Chu Mu's breathing gradually slowed down and became longer. The power of this body had been fully mobilized by him as he walked over. The instincts of a swordsman had already penetrated deep into his soul. His application of power was unparalleled. He didn't have the slightest bit of fear. He even had a feeling that he could easily kill the red-eyed wolf in front of him. Chu Mu knew that this was actually his subconscious mind causing mischief. It was his memories causing mischief. The person who could easily kill the red-eyed wolf was his past self and not his current body. He was fully focused and used all his strength to deal with the red-eyed wolf. Many people walked to the wooden bridge and looked over. With a low growl, the crimson-eyed wolf launched an attack. Its 4 limbs abruptly exerted strength, and like a spring, its body shot out like an arrow towards Chu Mu. The short distance of 7 to 8 meters was crossed in the blink of an eye. The crimson-eyed wolf opened its mouth, revealing its malevolent fangs. It bit towards Chu Mu's neck, wanting to break it in one bite. I died from this bite. On the wooden bridge, a person gritted his teeth and said, the feeling of having his neck bitten off was unforgettable. He will also die from the fangs of the red-eyed wolf. The person who was rejected by Chu Mu cursed. In an instant, the scarlet-eyed wolf's fangs were just inches away. Chu Mu could clearly smell the thick stench. His pupils instantly contracted, and the strength in his body burst forth in an instant. His leg muscles trembled, and with an incomparably dangerous difference, he took a big step back to increase the distance between them. He unsheathed his iron sword. With a flick of his wrist, the sword trembled violently. Under the vibration, it turned into a sharp sword and slashed out. The trajectory was perfect, showing off Chu Mu's attainments in swordsmanship to the fullest. The crimson-eyed wolf's strength was powerful, and under its explosive speed, its speed was extremely fast. Although Chu Mu used his instincts to increase his speed to dodge, his throat was still scratched and blood seeped out. Just a little bit more, and his throat would have been bitten through. The vibration sword accurately slashed at the red-eyed wolf's neck. Immediately, Chu Mu felt a kind of toughness that couldn't be cut. The powerful vibration sword only caused the red-eyed wolf's body to fall to the side. It only slightly cut open the gray fur on its neck and caused a slight injury. After all, the red-eyed wolf was a rank one void beast. Not only did it have a terrifying strength of 10,000 jin, its fur was also very tough and its defense was shocking. With the sharpness of the sword, it was almost impossible to cut it open. The red-eyed wolf landed on the ground and twisted its body. It once again soared into the sky and opened its sharp front claws, grabbing at Chu Mu. It wanted to tear Chu Mu apart. This scene made the faces of the geniuses change. This was because they had been torn apart like this. They had to admit that it was funny. In their memories, they had tyrannical strength, but here they were torn apart by a rank one void beast. The difference was very obvious. The sharp claws were extremely fast. Because Chu Mu had used the vibration power, the muscles in his calf and right arm felt like they were being torn apart. He couldn't do it a second time. Unable to dodge, Lin Yun waved the sword sheath in his left hand and blocked the red-eyed wolf's sharp claws. A huge force shook, and the web between the thumb and forefinger of his left hand seemed to have split open. The sword sheath shattered, and Lin Yun took a step back. He activated his sword intent and stabbed out. The cold sword light condensed into a point and pierced through the air, piercing into the red-eyed wolf's left eye. Lin Yun twisted his wrist and twisted it. The red-eyed wolf's body suddenly twitched, and its front claws became weak. He forcefully pulled out his sword and kicked the red-eyed wolf's head, sending it flying and landing on the ground. Chu Mu's sword was 3 inches deep. Not only did it pierce through the red-eyed wolf's left eye, it also pierced through its brain. The formless sword intent minced its brain. Void beasts had a strong vitality. After the brain was crushed and fell to the ground, it didn't die immediately. Chu Mu rushed up and raised his sword. He activated his sword intent and chopped down, cutting off the red-eyed wolf's neck. Blood splattered everywhere. Immediately, a gray aura floated out from the red-eyed wolf's corpse. Lin Yin stretched out his left hand and grabbed the gray aura. The gray aura twisted, trying to break free from Chu Mu's hand. Lin Yin opened his mouth and swallowed the gray aura. An indescribable burning sensation spread down his throat, as if he had swallowed a piece of burning coal. The void qi dissolved in Lin Yun's body, and a burning sensation spread out to his limbs and bones. Immediately, the muscles of his calf, right arm, and the web between his thumb and forefinger felt a tearing pain. He felt numb, but after 3 breaths, he recovered completely. When the burning sensation disappeared, Chu Mu felt that his body seemed to have become stronger. The book that cost 20 strands of rank 1 void qi had records of void qi. Void qi could be used as currency or to assist in cultivation, be it body tempering or qi tempering. It could also be used to recover energy. Furthermore, it could be used to treat injuries. It was very versatile. Chu Mu did not have any cultivation techniques, and his muscles were slightly injured because of the vibration force. That was why he used void qi to heal himself. Unexpectedly, not only did he recover, but his body also became stronger. My strength has reached about 2,000 jin, and I have improved in all aspects. Chu Mu estimated. As for the others, they were all dumbfounded. Lin Yin had killed a red-eyed wolf alone. This was simply unbelievable. Sword intent. He must have mastered sword intent again. Someone shouted, "If I had mastered sword intent, I could have done it too." What an exquisite sword technique. The people with even sharper gazes exclaimed in admiration at the sword technique Chu Mu displayed. It was a matter of having a bit more or a bit less. Without this level of sword technique, even if one grasped sword intent, wanting to kill a red-eyed wolf alone wouldn't be that easy. Comparing all aspects of strength, there was a clear difference. As if they had been inspired by Chu Mu, the geniuses began to rush into the wilderness in groups of 3 to 5. Chapter 1210. How dare a Grade 1 void beast bear its fangs and claws in front of me? After killing a Grade 1 void beast, Lien Hongyan shook off the blood on her sword, grabbed the void chi and swallowed it. Similar scenes were happening everywhere in the Azure Sky virtual world. In the Night Dark Tribe, 1,000 names appeared on the Galaxy Genius list formed by the green light in the sky. 1,000 names was the upper limit. Chu Mu was at the top of the list, followed by Zhu Tiantong and Qin Gang. When the Galaxy Genius list was full, the geniuses on the list would be able to know the ranking of the Galaxy Genius list. Chu Mu, the first place of a mere hegemon rank sword sex secret inheritance, will be temporarily held by you. Very soon it will be mine. Zhu Tiantong laughed coldly and said, like Zhu Tiantong, many geniuses who were confident in themselves said the same thing. Getting first place did not cause Chu Mu to lose his rationality. He remained calm and did not feel surprised at all. Chu Mu continued to hunt first rank void beasts. So far, he had killed the third red-eyed wolf alone. The first time he fought with a crimson-eyed wolf. Due to the huge disparity between his physique and that of the crimson-eyed wolf, he had no choice but to use the power of vibration and sword intent in order to kill it. After killing a crimson-eyed wolf, he absorbed a surge of ethereal energy. Not only did the injuries he had sustained from using the power of vibration heal, his physique had also improved. With this upgrade, Chu Mu had improved in all aspects. Being a sword master had already become an instinct for him, and he was adept at using the upgraded abilities in all aspects. His strength had clearly increased. The second time he faced the red-eyed wolf, it was easier for him to kill it. After absorbing another strand of void aura, his strength was even stronger, reaching the standard of 3,000 Jin. The difference between 1,000 kilograms of strength and 10,000 kilograms of strength was very clear. If he didn't have the vibrating energy imprinted in his soul and the newly comprehended sword intent, even if Chu Mu had an incomparably exquisite sword technique and exquisite fighting technique, he still wouldn't be able to kill the red-eyed wolf. After all, the sharpness of the metal sword in his hand wasn't enough to break through the red-eyed wolf's tough fur. After killing the third red-eyed wolf and absorbing the third wisp of void chi, Chu Mu felt that his physique had improved and his strength had reached 2,000 Jin. The stronger one's physique was, the more powerful one's strength would be, and the more powerful one's vibrational force would be. More and more people rushed into the wilderness. Most of them were in groups of at least 5 people. With 5 geniuses working together, each of them possessed exceptional battle experience and skills. They were also extremely familiar with swordsmanship, possessing profound mastery over basic swordsmanship, and their ability to utilize their strength far surpassed that of ordinary cultivators. With the 5 of them working together, they were more than capable of dealing with a crimson-eyed wolf and slaying it. As long as they killed a crimson-eyed wolf and obtained a wisp of ethereal chi, one of them would be able to absorb it to strengthen their physique. With the increase in their strength, they would be able to continue hunting for more ethereal chi, thus increasing their success rate and speed. Crimson-eyed wolves rarely gathered in packs. If they were alone, they would be relatively easy to kill. They encountered another red-eyed wolf. When it saw Chu Mu, it immediately attacked ferociously. Chu Mu stared at the red-eyed wolf. The strengthening of the void chi had strengthened his physique. With the improvement of his physique, his thinking speed had also increased. After comprehending the sword intent, his thinking speed had become even faster. His eyes were sharp and his 6 senses were strengthened. Grasping the red-eyed wolf's trajectory, Shaochen executed a slash with his sword intent. With a light flick of his wrist, he activated the vibrational force. With a poochie sound, the incomparably sharp sword cut through the red-eyed wolf's throat. Under the huge vibrational force, the red-eyed wolf's body was sent flying to the side. Blood gushed out from its throat. After killing the 4th red-eyed wolf, Shao Qin obtained another wisp of ethereal qi. After absorbing it, his physique was strengthened once more. 5,000 gene of strength. The difference between Shao Chen's 5,000 gene of strength and the red-eyed wolf's 5,000 gene of strength was double. However, for an expert like Chu Mu, who was proficient in using every ounce of strength, the might of his 5,000 gene of strength was stronger than the red-eyed wolf's 5,000 gene of strength. After all, the red-eyed wolf was a beast. It did not have much intelligence, only the instincts of a beast. I'm a little hungry. Let's hunt one more before returning to the night dark tribe. Chu Mu thought to himself. He looked at the sky and saw that the blazing sun had already turned into the setting sun. The light was not that bright anymore. Clearly, it was going to be dusk soon. In another 2 hours it would be night. It was recorded in that book that the wilderness at night was 10 times more dangerous than during the day. The wilderness that was 10 times more dangerous was even more terrifying. Chu Mu was not so reckless as to think that he could survive in the wilderness at night. Suddenly his mind trembled. After 3 breaths, Chu Mu's eyes shone with a terrifying light. His face was filled with shock. There was actually someone who had already reached the first celestial layer. Whether it was chi refinement or body refinement, to reach the first celestial layer in just half a day was extremely shocking. According to the situation, where absorbing 1 wisp of ethereal chi would increase 1,000 gene of strength, in order to reach the first celestial layer, one would have to absorb 9 wisps of ethereal chi, increasing one's strength from 1,000 gene to 10,000 gene. Chu Mu felt that his speed was already not slow. However, he had only killed 4 red-eyed wolves and increased his strength to 5,000 gene. There are really geniuses coming out in large numbers. Demons are everywhere. I cannot underestimate them, Shao Qin muttered to himself. He also could not think of a way to kill 9 red-eyed wolves and obtain 9 wisps of ethereal qi in such a short period of time. As if his fighting spirit had been aroused, Chu Mu felt his blood flow accelerate slightly. He felt a little excited and a little stimulated. This kind of competition was interesting. Otherwise, if one was far ahead and no one could compare, one would eventually feel lonely, without pressure and without motivation. As the first genius reached the first celestial layer, green light gathered above the vital planets of the 4 major galaxies of the human race. It formed a list that was 100 times, 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times larger than the Galaxy Genius list. The list slowly opened from top to bottom, as if a curtain had been opened. The Heaven Ascension list. The 3 large words seemed to be burning with green and golden flames. Everyone on the vital planet could see them. The Heaven Ascension list. Everyone was shocked. The 3 large words had the power of heaven and earth condensed. It was vast and boundless, grand and majestic. The Heaven Ascension list. You have reached the heavens in a single step, an Almighty exclaimed. On the Heaven Ascension list, a bright golden light bloomed under the 3 large words. It condensed like an invisible pen and drew a name. Gu Wangkong's Genius Points. 3,000. After the name, there were only genius points and nothing else. Therefore, many people did not know where Gu Wangkong came from. Normally, when a disciple of a sect or family was listed on the list, other than the name, there would also be a disciple of a sect or family behind it. This was decided at the time of the registration. There were only 2 possibilities for the contestants who did not have a name. One was a free swordsman who did not belong to any force. The other was that he did not belong to any force but had a powerful backer, such as a descendant of a great emperor. Obviously, it was impossible for the free sword cultivator to be ranked first on the Heaven Ascension list. He was ranked first among the millions of geniuses who had entered the Heaven Azure empty world. A more accurate guess was that Gu Wangkong was the descendant of some great emperor. The descendants of some great emperors were more outstanding than the divine sons. After about 15 minutes, the second name appeared on the Heaven Ascension list. Qin Ao's Genius Points, 3,000. Like Gu Wangkong, he did not have a name. He might be the descendant of a great emperor. Within 2 hours, names appeared one after another. There was a total of 10 names. Chu Mu held the 3 streaks of ethereal qi in his left hand. He held the black iron sword in his right hand and looked at the dark sky. He turned around and walked back to the Dark Night tribe. Gul Wankong, Qin Ao Xian, Yang Zhantian. As he walked back to the Dark Night tribe, he murmured the 10 names that appeared on the Heaven Ascension list. Chu Mu's eyes became brighter and brighter. Up until now, he had killed 7 red-eyed wolves and obtained 7 streaks of ethereal qi. He had absorbed 4 streaks of ethereal qi. He did not plan to absorb the remaining 3 streaks of ethereal qi, as he was very hungry and needed to eat. Perhaps the 3 streaks of ethereal qi would come in handy. The wilderness was more dangerous at night. The swordsmen all returned. "Brother, please lend the ethereal qi in your hand to us for now. We will pay you back double the amount in the future." Just as Chu Mu walked across the wooden bridge, someone blocked his way. He glanced at Chu Mu's left hand with a sharp gaze and met Chu Mu's eyes. "I have a use for them," Chu Mu said. Even if the other party would pay him back double the amount in a short time, he would not lend out the 3 streaks of ethereal qi. He did have a use for them. At this moment, everyone wanted ethereal qi, even if it was just a first-grade ethereal qi. "Sir, I am Chiu Minglei, the esoteric disciple of the Dark Night Sword Sect. I am ranked 87th on the Galaxy Genius list. I promise with my integrity that if you lend me the ethereal qi now, I will pay you back double the amount in the future." This person did not give up. He mentioned his background and his ranking on the Galaxy Genius list as if he was trying to make himself more persuasive. In fact, he was threatening Yi Futian. "Oh, 87th. I thought you were Gul Wankong," Chu Mu said lightly, which made Chiu Minglei's face turn sour. "Don't be too arrogant when you see me all the time," Chiu Minglei said coldly. He did not know Chu Mu's identity, but he was a genius and an esoteric disciple of the Dark Night Sword Sect. He was also ranked in the top 100 on the Galaxy Genius list. He had the right to be arrogant. "I am that arrogant." Chiu Minglei's words caused Chu Mu to laugh involuntarily. He couldn't help but sigh. Even amongst geniuses, there were people who lacked brains. Perhaps their brains were damaged from training. "I'm called Chu Mu. If you don't like me and want to teach me a lesson, I won't object." "Chu Mu." Chiu Minglei's pupils contracted. The others around him were also shocked. There were more than 30,000 geniuses in the Dark Night tribe. Chu Mu was ranked first on the Galaxy Genius list. Everyone knew about him, but not many people knew who he was. Looking at Chu Mu's back, Chiu Minglei clenched his teeth. He felt embarrassed being watched by so many people. He hated Chu Mu. Chapter 12:11. To Chu Mu, Chiu Minglei was just a small interlude. In the Night Dark tribe, there were restaurants and small restaurants. The cost of the restaurants was shocking. Chu Mu chose the small restaurant. 1 rank, 1 void qi could only be eaten for a very ordinary meal. 2 vegetables, 1 meat, 1 soup, 1 bowl of rice, and 3 big white steam buns. Although it was simple, the taste was not bad. He could eat until he was full. As for the other 2 rank, 1 void qi, Chu Mu bought some water and dry food from the small restaurant for tomorrow's meal. An ordinary person's body needed to eat at least 1 full meal a day. Otherwise, it would affect their strength. After eating, Chu Mu left the small restaurant directly. He walked around for a while and then went to the bookstore. "Young friend, you are indeed extraordinary," the bookstore owner said with a smile. 20 rank, 1 void qi. I will give them to you in a few days. Chu Mu said, "There is no rush. I believe in your strength." The bookstore owner said with a smile, "I have body refining technique and qi refining technique here. Do you need them?" "I don't have void qi," Chu Mu said. Of course he needed them. It was just that he didn't have void chi. With your talent, it won't be difficult for you to kill void beasts and obtain void chi. Consider it my investment first. The bookstore owner said with a smile. I can give you the techniques first. You only need to pay me double the amount of void chi within a month. How much void chi does the body refining technique and chi refining technique cost? Chu Mu asked. The body refining technique and chi refining technique here are divided into 3 levels: elementary, intermediate, and advanced. The shopkeeper smiled and said, Elementary level chi refining and body tempering technique costs 100 first grade void energy. Intermediate level chi refining and body tempering technique costs 1000 second grade void energy. Advanced level chi refining and body tempering technique costs 10,000 third grade void energy. Shopkeeper, I remember you said that the first time you buy a technique, you only need to pay half the price. Chu Mu said, Yes, but that is under the condition that you buy it directly with void chi. Credit is not included. The bookstore owner said calmly. Primary chi cultivation technique and body tempering technique. Chu Mu said. The shopkeeper was stunned. He thought that Chu Mu would bargain with him, but he didn't expect him to be so straightforward. Young friend, although cultivating both chi and chi is stronger, it takes more time and resources, the bookstore manager kindly reminded him. Chi cultivation required resources, body cultivation required resources, and both required time. It was not easy. Chu Mu was well aware of this point. However, he also understood that he had always been cultivating both chi and body cultivation. Only then could he better display his own abilities and become stronger. The shopkeeper was just reminding him. After Chu Mu pressed his fingerprint on the contract, he took the 2 books, one blue and one yellow. Shopkeeper, I also want a basic chi refinement cultivation technique. A genius who passed by immediately said to the shopkeeper after seeing it. Are you on the genius ranking? The bookstore manager asked. No. The genius didn't understand, but he still answered. I'll wait until you're on the genius ranking, then I'll give you credit. The shopkeeper was still smiling, but his answer was so unkind. Holding the 2 basic chi refinement cultivation techniques, Chu Mu quickly left and returned to his wooden house. The sun had already set. Inside the Dark Night tribe, the lights were also lit. Inside the wooden house, Chu Mu lit up the lampstand. The fire spread out and illuminated the entire house. He first picked up the yellow book. It was a basic body tempering technique. The name was also very straightforward. It was called Primary Body Tempering Technique. After opening it, he started reading from the first page. There were words and pictures of human bodies. There were a total of 9 pages. Each page corresponded to an action. There were a total of 9 actions. The first one was the easiest, the second one was more difficult, the third one was more difficult, and the 9th one was the last one, which was the most difficult. After reading it, the contents of the book completely disappeared. It became a blank book. Not immediately practicing the primary body tempering technique, Chu Mu picked up the blue book next to him. It was the primary chi refinement technique. There were also 9 pages. There were words and pictures of a human body sitting cross-legged. The pictures were marked with red dots and red lines, which represented the path of cultivation and the related acupuncture points. Although he had never come into contact with this kind of cultivation technique, Chu Mu's strong perception allowed him to quickly understand it. Let's practice the body tempering technique first. Silently muttering, Chu Mu walked to the center of the wooden hut. In the not-so-wide area, he stood still. After adjusting his breathing, he raised both of his arms, took a step forward, and with a twist of his waist, he slowly assumed the first movement of the beginner level body training technique. With his amazing perception and control of his body, Chu Mu immediately made an accurate action. He fixed the action, as if he had become a statue, motionless. According to what was written, one needed to be motionless for at least a quarter of an hour in order to achieve the body tempering technique's effect. Chu Mu's action was completely in line with the standard. As time passed, he gradually felt a numbing sensation throughout his body. It was uncomfortable, as if his whole body was itching, but he couldn't reach out to scratch it. Otherwise, all his previous efforts would be wasted. He could only endure this discomfort. After a quarter of an hour, the uncomfortable feeling became very intense. If not for his strong will, he would have already failed. After a quarter of an hour, suddenly the intense discomfort quickly receded like a tide. It was replaced by a warm current. It was as if a warm current flowed from the deepest part of his body. It was fine like a trickle of water, slowly flowing through every part of his body. As time passed, it became more and more obvious, more and more intense. Finally, he felt as if his whole body was soaked in hot spring water. If possible, Chu Mu was willing to maintain this action until dawn. Unfortunately, he couldn't. After about half an hour, the warm current reached its peak. Waves of tearing pain came from every part of his body, becoming more and more intense. Every second was like torture, as if he was in hell. Chu Mu hurriedly stopped this action. When the warm current disappeared, the pain also slowly disappeared. Cultivation wasn't without limits. Having a balance between tension and relaxation was the way of the king. Feeling pain meant that he had reached his limit. If he continued, it would only harm his body. After a short rest, Chu Mu tried the second action. Although it was also accurate, the difficulty was clearly 30% higher than the first action. After the second action was completed, he moved on to the third action. The difficulty was once again 30% higher, but Chu Mu still accurately completed it. The fourth action, the fifth action, completed. After the sixth action, he began to encounter a bottleneck. It was extremely difficult. Every time he moved, his entire body ached, as if his muscles were about to be torn apart. Chu Mu knew that he had reached his limit. He had to make a breakthrough. After completing the fifth action, Chu Mu felt his entire body relax. His entire body felt comfortable. His strength, speed, explosiveness, and all other aspects had increased. It was as if the potential of his body had been unlocked. At this time, it was already late in the night. He could vaguely hear the howls of wolves coming from the wilderness. It was cold and gloomy, causing one to shudder. Countless red-eyed wolves wandered around the wilderness, looking for prey. After completing the body transformation, Chu Mu sat cross-legged on his wooden bed and began to practice the elementary qi refining technique, eliminating distracting thoughts, breathing evenly, calming his mind. With a thought, he followed the qi refining technique's mantra and stimulated the first acupoint, arousing a trace of potential. This was not an easy task. It would take some time before he could succeed in cultivating it. In addition to Chu Mu, there were other geniuses who obtained the elementary cultivation technique from the bookstore owner at different prices. Those geniuses who were listed on the Galaxy Genius list paid a different price compared to those who were not. Although the intermediate and advanced cultivation techniques were better, the price was too high. There was no guarantee that he could pay it back within a month. If he could not pay it back, the price would be very serious. He would die once and be weak for 5 days. After a month, he would at least reach the first layer. If he died, he would return to his original state and be weak for 5 days. It would be difficult to compete with other geniuses. After practicing for 2 hours, he felt his legs go numb. His blood and qi were not flowing smoothly, but he could already feel qi. He got up and practiced the first 5 actions of the body transformation technique. His body was warm and full of vitality. Outside, the sky was also bright. He unsheathed his sword and swung it instinctively. After practicing the swordsmanship for a while, he washed up and went out with the sword upside down, water, and dry food. He had no choice. The scabbard was broken when he fought with the red-eyed wolf yesterday. The moment he stepped out of the door, he didn't walk far before someone called out to him. Senior Brother Chu, we are all secret disciples of the Five Elements Sword Sect. We plan to join forces to form a force called the Five Elements Sect. Senior Brother Chu, you are the first on the Galaxy Genius list of the Night Nether tribe. You can be the leader of the Five Elements Sect. A dark-skinned swordsman said to Chu Mu. The others also looked at Chu Mu. I'm not good at leading. Chu Mu declined tactfully. However, if the Five Elements Sect is established, I'm willing to be a member. That's great. With Senior Brother Chu joining, the Five Elements Sect will definitely be extraordinary, the dark-skinned swordsman said. I'll go out to hunt void beasts first. If there's anything else, we can talk about it at night, Chu Mu said. I live in cabin 1300. In the Night Nether tribe, the wooden cabins where the genius swordsmen lived were all numbered. Okay, I wish Senior Brother Chu a fruitful return. After bidding farewell to the secret disciples of the Five Elements Sword Sect, Chu Mu quickly walked out of the Night Nether tribe. He crossed the wooden bridge and walked into the wilderness again. There were still a lot of void beasts chi. In addition to the disciples of the Five Elements Sword Sect, the secret disciples of the other forces also had the idea of forming a small force and started to take action. Among them, the Dominator Force, the Night Nether Sword Sect, and the other 10 Overlord forces were the main forces. After all, most of the 1,000 people on the Galaxy Genius list belonged to the Night Nether Sword Sect and the other 10 Overlord forces. A small number of them were the geniuses of other forces. Chapter 12:12. Brother Chaotic Sky, your disciple is indeed outstanding. He is even more talented than the other divine princes. He will definitely become the leader of the younger generation of the human race. In the void, the great emperors were paying attention to the Sky Azure virtual world. One of them spoke, and his voice was heard by all the other great emperors. Chaotic Sky Great Emperor was one of the top great emperors of the human race. He was very powerful and was the master of Gul Wankong, who was ranked first on the Heaven Ascension list. Being in the lead for a while is nothing. Only by being in the lead all the time can you truly be in the lead. After all, some geniuses stand out right from the start. However, there are some geniuses who show their talents at the start, but continue to accumulate strength and eventually explode, shocking the world with a single brilliant feat, Emperor Chaotic Sky said slowly. The other great emperors agreed with him. Geniuses were different. Some geniuses displayed superhuman abilities from the moment they were born, advancing all the way. However, some geniuses were mediocre at first, but as time passed and their cultivation increased, they became more and more outstanding. They would constantly erupt and amaze the world, eventually catching up and even surpassing them. But no matter which one it was, only those who could consistently perform outstandingly in the end were true geniuses, and not those who flashed by like shooting stars. For example, in the Sky Azure virtual realm, some geniuses who had comprehended sword intent in a short period of time were immediately ahead of others and ranked first or second on the Galactic Genius list. Geniuses who had comprehended sword intent later were ranked behind with the same number of genius points. If they wanted to surpass them and reach a higher ranking, they could only obtain more genius points. The Sky Azure virtual world was fair. It didn't give special treatment to those who comprehended sword intent first. Just as Chaotic Sky Great Emperor said, being in the lead for a while was nothing. Being in the lead all the time was the real lead. Outside the wooden bridge of the Night Dark tribe, there were genius swordsmen everywhere in the wilderness. They worked together in groups of 3 to 5 to hunt the red-eyed wolves. It was completely different from the day before. There weren't many red-eyed wolves in the wilderness. Yesterday, they could have flaunted their power, but today they were in trouble. The red-eyed wolves were still ferocious. Some geniuses were killed and revived under the resurrection steel in the Night Dark tribe. After half a day, the geniuses were in an awkward situation. Once they saw the red-eyed wolves, they would rush over in groups of 3 to 5. Under such circumstances, It was impossible to kill more red-eyed wolves, and it might even cause unnecessary conflicts. Fighting over a red-eyed wolf was a laughable matter in the eyes of some geniuses. Therefore, these geniuses ventured deep into the wilderness. A red-eyed wolf rushed towards Chumu. Light flashed in Chumu's eyes as he raised his sword. Just as he was about to kill the red-eyed wolf, a few people rushed over from the side. 2 of them blocked in front of Chumu with their backs facing Chumu, while the other 3 rushed towards the red-eyed wolf. Chumu was speechless. The 5 people who had killed the scarlet-eyed wolf turned around. One of them looked at Chumu with a cold smile. It was Chiu Minglei, a disciple of the Dark Knight sword sect. Chiu Minglei raised his eyebrows and smirked as if he was provoking Chumu. "Sorry, you're too slow." The other 4 were probably also disciples of the Dark Knight sword sect. They all had mocking expressions. Chumu raised his eyebrows and a light flashed in his eyes. He didn't say anything. He felt that the other party's actions were a bit childish. It made him angry, but at the same time he found it funny. His indifferent gaze swept over Chiu Minglei's group. Chumu didn't say anything. He raised his sword, carried his rations on his back, and hung his water bottle on his waist. He walked forward, ignoring everything. The feeling of being ignored was obviously uncomfortable, especially for someone like Chiu Minglei, who was full of pride. It was even more uncomfortable. Staring unwaveringly at Chumu's back, Chiu Minglei gripped the sword in his hand and took a deep breath, resisting the urge to attack with his sword. "Senior apprentice brother Chiu, should we?" One of the 4 made a throat-slitting gesture as he spoke. The other 3 also had ominous glints in their eyes. Chumu immediately felt traces of killing intent coming from behind him. He became vigilant. "No need. Let's follow him. We'll kill all the foe beasts he wants to kill first." Chiu Minglei sneered. "Let's see if he can't get any foe energy. Let's see if he has the qualifications to be arrogant in front of me. If he dares to attack us, we'll torture him to death. He's merely first place. He only comprehended sword intent earlier than me." As he spoke, Chiu Minglei absorbed a strand of foe energy to strengthen his physique. The 5 of them quickly followed Chumu. Compared to yesterday, Chumu's strength had clearly improved. His physique had become even stronger. His strength had reached over 7,000 jin. Even if he faced 2 or 3 scarlet-eyed wolves at the same time, he could still easily kill them. Not long after entering the wilderness, they encountered another scarlet-eyed wolf. Before Chumu could draw his sword, Chiu Minglei and the other 4 immediately rushed up from all angles. 2 of them blocked in front of Chumu, while the other 3 surrounded him. They easily killed the scarlet-eyed wolf. Chiu Minglei and the other 4 had each absorbed at least 3 strands of grade, 1 foe energy. Chiu Minglei himself had absorbed 6 strands of grade, 1 foe energy. With his own combat skills, experience, and the use of swordsmanship, killing a scarlet-eyed wolf was extremely easy. After killing the scarlet-eyed wolf and obtaining a strand of foe energy, Chiu Minglei looked at Chumu again. He absorbed the strand of foe energy in front of Chumu. His eyes and actions were full of provocation. He then said in a mocking tone, "The speed of the first place on the Galaxy Genius list is just SOO. Forget about the first time." Chumu did not want to waste time on unnecessary fights. Time was of the essence. 1 day of the 10-day deadline had already passed. The first day of the 1-month deadline was also in progress. During this period, he had to return 20 strands of grade, 1 foe energy to the bookstore owner. Then he had to return 400 strands of grade, 1 foe energy to him. In addition to the strands of foe energy that he had to return to the bookstore owner, Chumu also needed foe energy to cultivate and improve his strength. He needed foe energy to buy food. He even needed foe energy to buy better swords. Foe energy, foe energy. Everything required foe energy. Foe energy was very precious. Therefore, Chumu did not want to waste time on meaningless fights. However, there were some things that only needed to be done once. If he could still endure it the second time, he would not be Chumu. Since you guys want to play, I'll play with you. Chumu's lips curled into a cold smile. A cold glint flashed like lightning as he said to himself. Continuing to move forward, Qiuminglei and the other four also moved forward with cold smiles on their faces. Not long after, the third crimson-eyed wolf came from the side. Qiuminglei and the other four used the same trick. Two of them stood in front of Chumu, blocking his line of sight and path. The other three pulled out their swords and attacked the crimson-eyed wolf from 3 different angles. Chumu's feet suddenly exerted force and exploded. With a bang, the soil splashed. The 2 people in front of Chumu only felt a strong gust of wind coming from behind. It was terrifying. Immediately it passed through them. One of their arms was brushed by, and they immediately felt like they were being hit by an elephant. It was as if their bones were broken, and they flew back to both sides. An extremely sharp sword light with a terrifying killing intent swept across the sky like a lightning bolt. In the blink of an eye, it cut through the 3 sword light and pierced into the center of the crimson-eyed wolf's forehead. The crimson-eyed wolf's fur was tough, and its skull was extremely hard. With the sharpness and hardness of the black iron sword, there was no way it could pierce through. However, after infusing the sword intent, the black iron sword became extremely sharp. With the support of the vibrating power, the tip of the sword vibrated violently and tore apart the wolf's fur and skull. The powerful sword light blew the corpse of the crimson-eyed wolf out of the attacking range of Qiuminglei and the other 2. Chumu's figure flew along with the sword light and landed beside the corpse of the crimson-eyed wolf. He reached out his hand and caught a wisp of qi floating from the corpse. He turned around to look at Qiuminglei and the others with a smile on his face. He sighed softly and said, "Your speed is too slow." Qiuminglei and the other 2's faces suddenly changed. Sharp killing intent shot out from their eyes. "Senior Brother Qiu," one of them said. "Kill." Qiuminglei was furious. His killing intent was overflowing. The sword in his hand turned into an extremely sharp light, like a thunderbolt, and slashed out. The other 2 also drew their swords. Like a poisonous snake coming out of its hole, like a storm, they attacked from 2 different angles. Cooperating with Qiuminglei, they actually gave Chumu a feeling that there was nowhere to hide. No wonder the crimson-eyed wolf was killed so easily. The 3 of them had also mastered the sword intent again. Their attacking power was extremely terrifying. The speed of their swords was astonishing. If Chumu was hit, he would definitely die. But they were strong, but Chumu was stronger. If there was no way to dodge, then there was no need to dodge. Raising his sword, the dense buzzing sound made people's scalps tingle. It was like a swarm of bees flying. With the support of the sword intent, the black iron sword became extremely sharp. A sword slashed out. The sword light was swift and fierce, sweeping across the area. Instantly, it collided with the 3 incoming sword lights, causing sparks to fly. Chumu borrowed the force, and with a twist and turn of his wrist, he exerted force with a shake. Due to the collision, the sword that was slightly bent instantly straightened. Its speed increased as it slashed towards the person on the left. Shocked but unable to dodge, because Chumu's sword speed was too fast, it was beyond his imagination. The sword sliced through Qiuminglei's neck, causing blood to spurt out. The sword light didn't stop there. It followed the momentum and drew an arc, following the flaw in Qiuminglei's next attack. The sword light flashed in front of him. Qiuminglei's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. His throat had been pierced by the sharp sword light. Stepping forward, he raised his wrist, and the tip of his sword broke the incoming sword. Then he turned his hand and slashed. In the midst of the blood, the third person's body was cut open from the left side of his neck to the right side of his ribs. This scene fell on the other two people who had just crawled up from the ground and were about to attack Chu Mu with their swords drawn. They were horrified. For a moment they were stunned. However, Chu Mu wouldn't be stunned, nor would he be lenient. Since he had attacked, he would kill them all. Chapter 12:13. Don't kill me. I'm a secret disciple of the Dark Knight sword sect. The last person held a sword and kept retreating while panicking. In the face of death, people would reveal their weakness. At this moment, this person forgot that being killed here wasn't a real death. Chu Mu didn't show any mercy. His sword instantly cut through the person's throat. Killing these 5 Dark Knight sword sect disciples didn't injure Chu Mu, because the difference in strength between them was very clear. They were all geniuses, super geniuses, but compared to Chu Mu, there was still a big gap. Chu Mu belonged to the top of the small group of geniuses. He was a monster. Unfortunately, killing them didn't give them any benefits. After absorbing the void aura in his hand, Chu Mu was able to make a choice because he had cultivated the body refining technique and the chi cultivating technique. He could decide whether to use this void aura to strengthen his body or convert it into inner chi. Chu Mu directly used the void chi to strengthen his body. Because he cultivated the body transformation technique, the absorption speed was very fast. It was completed in a few breaths. He also knew that the void chi would be more effective when combined with the body transformation technique. But in such an environment, he couldn't cultivate properly. He could only absorb it directly. As for chi refinement, he planned to raise his body transformation technique to a certain level first. His body was strengthened again, and his strength reached 8,000 jin. In the Dark Knight tribe, under the huge resurrection steel, figures appeared one after another. Chu Mu, I will definitely take revenge. Xiao Minglei's face was full of hatred. He was unwilling, absolutely unwilling. He had to take revenge. Senior brother Qiao, Chu Mu is very strong. It won't be easy for us to take revenge. One of the 5 people who were killed and revived by Chu Mu said, I know, but he must die no matter what method. Xiao Minglei said, full of hatred and killing intent, Senior brother Qiao, I heard that senior brother Zhu Tiantong and senior brother Qingang have established the Night Nether Hall. Many of our fellow disciples have joined them. Why don't we join them as well and join forces with the other fellow disciples to kill that Chu Mu? Senior brother Qiao, I have another plan. Chu Mu is a secret disciple of the 5 Elements Sword Sect. Let's make a move on the other disciples of the 5 Elements Sword Sect. Chu Mu didn't know that a plot that wasn't really a plot was unfolding around him. The deeper one went into the wilderness, the higher the chances of encountering a crimson-eyed wolf. 3 crimson-eyed wolves appeared in front of Chu Mu, flanking him from 3 different directions. They seemed to be cooperating with each other based on their instincts. Chu Mu, who had the strength of 4,000 jin, was even more powerful. Facing the 3 ferocious red-eyed wolves, his expression did not change. He raised his sword and charged forward. The stronger one's physique was, the faster one's thought process would be, and the more sensitive one's reaction would be. Furthermore, because of the sword intent, the thought process exceeded the limits of the body. With the support of the sword intent, the vibrating force was activated, and the sword light pierced through the air. The sword was like a thunderbolt, extremely fierce. With a strong wind-breaking sound, it had already pierced through the forehead of a crimson-eyed wolf, piercing into its brain and killing it instantly. Pulling out the sword, Chu Mu twisted his wrist and sliced towards another crimson-eyed wolf. Suddenly, a strange movement appeared in Chu Mu's mind. He ignored it, and his body followed the sword, killing another crimson-eyed wolf. His legs exerted force on the ground, and his strength instantly exploded. Like a spring that had been compressed to its limit, his body shot out like an arrow and charged towards the 3rd crimson-eyed wolf that was pouncing towards him. The wolf's claws were sharp and its fangs were cold. A fishy smell assaulted Chu Mu's face. Chu Mu's eyes slightly narrowed, and a sword-like light shot out from his pupils. The black iron sword in his hand pierced out like a rainbow piercing through the sun. The sharp wind whistled, and the incomparably sharp sword light pierced through the crimson-eyed wolf's open mouth and came out from the back of its neck. After killing 3 crimson-eyed wolves, Chu Mu obtained 3 strands of void energy. Chu Mu quickly absorbed 2 strands of void energy. Suddenly, a warm current surged in his body, and his body was rapidly strengthened. All aspects of his body were constantly improving. Soon, his strength reached 9,000 pounds, and it continued to increase, becoming stronger and stronger. 9,999 jin. At this point, the warm current had been exhausted, and he could not increase it any further. Fortunately, there was a record in the book that was worth 20 strands of first-grade void energy. This allowed Chu Mu to know that this was a very normal situation. It was a bottleneck, and there were 2 ways to break through this bottleneck. First, practice a cultivation method. Second, absorb 10 strands of first-grade void energy at once, and directly use a huge amount of strength to forcefully break through the bottleneck. Outside, it was very easy to encounter the attacks of void beasts. Without an environment to practice a cultivation method, Chu Mu did not have 10 strands of first-grade void energy. He only had 1 strand, so currently he was unable to break through the bottleneck and truly reach the first firmament of body tempering. And the strange movement in his mind just now was related to the Galaxy Genius List. In the Dark Knight Sword sect, many people stared at the Scion list in the sky and said loudly, "I said that the first place in the Dark Knight galaxy must be a disciple of our Dark Knight Sword sect. If it's not senior brother Zhu Tiantong, then it's senior brother Qin Gang. Senior brother Zhu Tiantong is first. Senior brother Qin Gang is second. Hey, that 5 elements sword sect disciple Chu Mu is constantly falling. It seems that he might fall out of the top 10. Facts have proven that his first place was only temporary. He was just lucky." That's right, that's right. How can a disciple of the 5 elements sword sect be compared to a disciple of our Dark Knight sword sect? What's going on? Why is senior brother Chu's name falling? Oh no, senior brother Chu's ranking has fallen to 11th. The top 10 genius points have increased from 1,000 to 2,000. What's going on? Now, there are no disciples of any sword sect in the top 10. I knew it would be like this. Chu Mu is simply unreliable. Someone said, sarcastically, "He's unreliable at the critical moment." White Sky, I originally thought that your 5 elements sword sect had an extraordinary disciple this time. I didn't expect that it was just a shooting star. Look at my Dark Knight sword sects, Zhu Tiantong and Qin Gang. Those are the true geniuses. A voice sounded out in the sky and directly called out Vice Sect Master Whitesky's name. It was precisely the Vice Sect Master of the Dark Knight sword sect, Xiang Yi. His tone seemed to be regretful and complacent. No one knows the result until the end. White Sky replied indifferently. He was very calm because he knew Chu Mu's true identity. He was a godson. There was no need to doubt the talent of a godson. Therefore, he believed that Chu Mu's falling ranking was only temporary. He also believed that Chu Mu would catch up again and surpass them one by one before taking back the first place. Then I'll wait and see. Xiang Ye's loud laughter spread out and echoed out without end. I actually fell out of the top 10. Chu Mu was a little surprised. He was surprised that the talent points of the top 10 had all increased from the original 1,000 to 2,000. Chu Mu guessed that those people's cultivation had risen to the first heavenly layer. He guessed correctly. Zhu, Tiantong, Qin Gang, and the others had indeed reached the first heavenly layer because they were hunting as a group. Most of the void qi obtained after hunting would belong to Zhu Tiantong, Qin Gang, and the others. On the other hand, Chu Mu was acting alone. In terms of efficiency, he couldn't compare to them. Not only did you lose the first place, but you also fell out of the top 10. Soon I'll surpass you. Chiu Minglei sneered. Senior brother Chu's ranking actually fell out of the top 10. I knew that he was unreliable. He couldn't even keep his ranking, and even caused us to be killed. A few esoteric disciples of the 5 Elements Sword sect said, "All right, I think the real reason why you were killed is because someone wants to deal with Junior Brother Chu. Their purpose is to make us fight against Junior Brother Chu and cause internal strife." Lin Yi's eyes flashed with wisdom. He was a genius. He was less than 100 years old, but his cultivation had reached the peak of the second sky of Nirvana realm. He was the one with the highest cultivation among the geniuses of the 5 Elements Sword sect who had entered the Azure Void world. He was now the leader of the 5 Elements sect and was very prestigious. Senior brother Lin is right, so we should be united. Jiang Fan said. He was less than 100 years old. Before he had entered the Azure Void world, his cultivation was at the early stage of the second sky of Nirvana realm. He held a high position in the 5 Elements sect. Lin Yi and Jiang Fan said so. Those who were dissatisfied with Chu Mu did not say anything, but their eyes flashed with disapproval. Although they were all disciples of the 5 Elements Sword sect, it was inevitable that there would be some disagreements. These people were the ones who had tried to recruit Chu Mu but were rejected. They were not happy with Chu Mu. Don't put your hope on others. Relying on yourself is the most realistic. If you don't want to be killed and lose face, then do your best to improve your strength. Lin Haichao said indifferently. His expression was indifferent. In terms of talent, he was second only to Lin Yi. His cultivation was at the late stage of the second sky of Nirvana realm. Kill more void beasts. His ranking fell out of the top 10 and fell to the 11th place. Chu Mu was not depressed because he did not feel excited when he was ranked first. He looked at everything calmly because he knew that no one could keep the momentum forever. It was normal to have ups and downs. He accepted it calmly and worked hard to improve. Chu Mu also absorbed the void qi in his hand. However, he had reached a bottleneck in body refining and could not be strengthened. Therefore, he ran the primary training qi formula to absorb the void qi. After a while, the void qi disappeared. Chu Mu felt that there was a stream of internal qi flowing slowly in the tendons and meridians in his body. He could drive this stream of internal qi to enhance his strength and speed. Refining a stream of void qi was equivalent to having a body refining strength of 2,000 kilograms. Moreover, it could be combined with body refining. Although it required more resources and time to practice both qi and body refining, the effect was very good. For example, Chu Mu's strength could break through 10,000 kilograms under the enhancement of that stream of internal qi. Chu Mu decided that he would use the void qi he got from hunting to improve his cultivation. When his cultivation reached the bottleneck, he would accumulate enough void qi and go back to the Night Dark tribe to break through in his own hut. Chapter 12:14. The deeper he went into the wilderness, the more people there were. The more void beasts there were. Unknowingly, Chu Mu arrived in front of a valley. Beside the valley, there was a crooked stone tablet. The stone tablet was entwined with vines and looked very old. Using the iron sword to push the vines away, 2 words were written on the stone tablet: Wolf Valley. Wolf Valley. Chu Mu muttered as he walked towards the narrow entrance of the valley. As soon as he entered the valley, he saw a group of crimson-eyed wolves. The aura of a living person immediately attracted the group of crimson-eyed wolves. They all turned their heads and looked over. Their red eyes were filled with bloodlust. Deep roars came from the depths of their throats, like muffled thunder. This place was filled with a ferocious aura. Chu Mu noticed that the size of these crimson-eyed wolves seemed to be larger than the ones outside the valley. They seemed to be more vigorous. Soon, Chu Mu knew that it was not seemed, but definitely. Up until now, he had killed many crimson-eyed wolves with his sword. He was quite familiar with them. The group of crimson-eyed wolves howled as they ran towards him. Their movements were agile and their speed was extremely fast. They were obviously faster than the ones outside the valley. The Wolf Valley was more suitable for the crimson-eyed wolves to live in. Whether it was strength, speed, or explosiveness, they were at least 10% faster than the ones outside the valley. Good timing. Chu Mu glanced over and saw the 8 crimson-eyed wolves running paths, trajectories, and speeds. His brain was working quickly, and his mind was working at full speed, trying to find the weak points of the 8 crimson-eyed wolves. Chu Mu stomped his feet on the ground, and dust flew up. He dashed forward like an arrow. The black iron sword in his hand shook, and the sword vibrated at a high frequency. The speed of the sword increased, and the sword light swept across the sky like a thunderbolt. It was like a falling meteor. Its aura was sharp, and it cut through the air. Kill. Feeling a little obscure, the sword edge cut open the neck of a red-eyed wolf, causing blood to spurt out. Chu Mu hurriedly dodged, and at the same time waved his sword to block. An enormous force slapped onto the sword. Fortunately, the black iron sword's body was tough enough, or else it would have been shattered. Chu Mu borrowed the force to quickly retreat, narrowly dodging 2 wolf claws and a bite. He waved his sword again and fiercely whipped it. The sword trembled, and like a long whip, it whipped onto a scarlet-eyed wolf's head. The enormous force directly sent the scarlet-eyed wolf flying. A wolf claw suddenly attacked from the side. Chu Mu hurriedly turned his wrist and pressed the tip of his sword against the soft flesh in the center of the wolf claw. He exerted force, shook it away, and then chopped down with his sword. The tip of the sword, the edge of the sword, the blade of the sword, the body of the sword, and the head of the sword were all used by Chu Mu perfectly. Chu Mu, who had a portion of his memories unsealed, felt that his understanding of the sword had deepened. This allowed him to be even more agile and sharp in battle. Chu Mu liked this feeling very much. He rushed into the 6 red-eyed wolves and was surrounded. He used the sword in his hand to resist, dodge, block, counterattack, and kill, as if he was a crazy demon. The pressure brought by the 5 stronger red-eyed wolves was very great. Chu Mu had to concentrate and use his swordsmanship to 100%. He had to fully release his understanding of the sword and explore every inch of the power of the sword in his hand. After dozens of breaths, the 6 red-eyed wolves were all killed by Chu Mu. However, Chu Mu was also injured. His back and left arm were scratched with wounds. Blood flowed out, and the wounds were so deep that the bones could be seen. Moreover, waves of intense pain stained the surrounding rough linen clothes red. After obtaining 8 strands of first-grade void chi, he retreated to the entrance of the valley and quickly absorbed them. 2 strands of void chi healed Chu Mu's 2 wounds. The remaining 6 strands were absorbed and transformed into inner chi, making the inner chi reach the level of 4,000 pounds of strength. The improvement of his inner chi allowed Chu Mu's thinking speed to be further enhanced. His 6 senses were also enhanced. His strength became stronger. He stepped forward and walked into the Wolf Valley. The Wolf Valley wasn't small. There were short trees, scattered rocks, and a clear stream. Arriving at the side of the clear stream, Chu Mu took out some rations and a water bottle. He started to eat and drink. After finishing the water in the bottle, he filled another bottle in the stream. At this time, another person broke through to the first sky and obtained 1,000 genius points, surpassing Chu Mu. Chu Mu's ranking dropped again to the 15th place. The drop in ranking caused another round of debate. After a short rest, he continued to move forward, looking for red-eyed wolves to kill. Not long after, when he passed by a huge rock, he suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. His hair stood on end, and an extremely sharp wind appeared in the sky. Without any hesitation, he swung his sword upwards. This sword was assisted by his inner chi, causing his physical strength to explode even more. The sword light was earth-shattering, and his footsteps rapidly retreated. The enormous collision caused sparks to fly. Chu Mu felt a slight pain in the web between his thumb and forefinger. His entire body was pushed back uncontrollably. He quickly adjusted himself, and just as he was about to stand firm, he felt an intense sense of danger. A terrifying gale wreaked havoc, and a cold light flashed in front of his eyes at an incomparably fast speed. Chu Mu felt as if he was being torn apart and felt pain for no reason. Although he was shocked, he did not panic. He quickly moved his feet and quickly dodged to the side. The black iron sword shook, and the sword body instantly straightened. With the support of sword intent, the vibrating force was activated, and it went to meet the cold light. The speed of the cold light was extremely fast, and Chu Mu's sword speed was not fast either. They collided again, and sparks flew. The sharp sound made his eardrums hurt. The huge force almost made the sword in his hand fly out. He clenched his hand tightly and felt some pain between his thumb and forefinger. With Chu Mu's current body strength, the vibrating force was enough to make him feel pain between his thumb and forefinger. It was enough to show how strong the impact was. Dodging, retreating, and counterattacking was extremely dangerous. When his back was against a huge rock, Chu Mu finally saw the source of the danger. It was a red-eyed wolf, an unusual one. This red-eyed wolf was taller and stronger than the ones he had killed before. The color of its fur was darker, and the outline of its muscles could be vaguely seen. It was full of explosive power. Its fangs and claws were shockingly sharp. When it clawed at him, Chu Mu quickly lowered his body and slid forward. The black iron sword took the opportunity to cut through the waist of the red-eyed wolf. It felt very obscure. Under the sharp claws of the red-eyed wolf, the rock was as fragile as tofu, and it was torn open with 3 deep scratches. Elite red-eyed wolf. Chu Mu appeared behind the red-eyed wolf, his eyes burning. Compared to the average red-eyed wolf, it was bigger and stronger, faster, more agile, with sharper claws. Moreover, its fur was tougher. Chu Mu discovered that after activating his inner chi to increase his strength and adding sword will to his sword, it only left a light scratch on the side of the elite red-eyed wolf's body. Blood seeped out. The elite red-eyed wolf quickly turned around and faced Chu Mu. Its red eyes were ferocious. Its body crouched slightly, and it suddenly jumped up. It stretched out a claw and grabbed at Chu Mu's neck. The terrifying wind was incomparably sharp, and the claw left a few afterimages in the air. The sword light flashed and chopped at the edge of the claw. Then, using the momentum, he chopped at the elite red-eyed wolf's head. Just as it was about to hit, he twisted his wrist, and the blade turned into a blade. He slapped the elite red-eyed wolf's head fiercely. The vibrational force exploded, and under the recoil, Chu Mu flew back. The elite red-eyed wolf was also forced back. After landing on the ground, it crouched slightly before bouncing up again and pouncing at Chu Mu. The elite red-eyed wolf's strength, speed, explosive force, and reaction speed, as well as the toughness of its fur, were all much better than the average red-eyed wolf. In terms of fighting skills, it was even more obvious. A strong opponent, a terrifyingly strong opponent. If he didn't have inner chi, Chu Mu wouldn't be the elite red-eyed wolf's opponent at all. After all, even if he had superb swordsmanship, he wouldn't be able to use it without the support of his body. Right now, his greatest weakness was his sword. Even with the support of sword intent and the power of vibration, he was still unable to cut through the elite crimson-eyed wolf's fur. He could only cause minor damage. If he had a better sword, a sharper sword, he would be able to deal more damage to the elite crimson-eyed wolf, or even kill it in one hit. Facing a strong opponent, Chu Mu didn't retreat. Instead, he felt excited. The feeling of his blood boiling made his body full of energy. With a shake of his hand, Chu Mu took the initiative to attack amidst the ringing of his sword. The elite red-eyed wolf's strength was stronger and faster. Its reaction speed and explosive force were stronger, and its fighting ability was more exquisite. However, there was still a limit. Chu Mu quickly adapted to the elite red-eyed wolf's fighting style. He looked for its weakness and counterattacked fiercely. Every strike of his sword would hit the elite red-eyed wolf, leaving a slight wound and constantly deepening the wound. The injured elite red-eyed wolf became even more terrifying. With a howl, a few more red-eyed wolves came running from afar. They joined the battle and surrounded Chu-Mu. Not only did Chu-Mu have no intention of retreating, but he also charged towards the red-eyed wolves and killed them with his sword. Now, as long as there weren't 6 or 7 red-eyed wolves attacking together, they wouldn't be able to withstand a single strike from Chu-Mu. After killing them, Void Chi appeared. Chu-Mu dodged the attacks of the elite red-eyed wolves. At the same time, he grabbed the Void Chi and absorbed it. As he dodged, he recovered his strength and refined it into inner Chi. Not long after, Chu-Mu also reached a bottleneck in the aspect of training Chi, just like body training. With the support of inner Chi, although his strength didn't increase as much as 1 + 1 = 2, it still allowed Chu-Mu's current strength to reach 15,000 kilograms. In terms of strength, the gap between him and the elite red-eyed wolf was further reduced. The stronger his strength, the stronger his attacks, and the more damage he could cause to the elite red-eyed wolves. The more Zhang Xian fought, the more familiar he became with it. He was able to deal more damage with less strength. The surrounding rocks were basically shattered by the attacks of the elite red-eyed wolves. It looked like a ruin. The elite red-eyed wolf's physical strength was extremely shocking. Despite its continuous attacks, it unexpectedly didn't show any signs of exhaustion. However, Chu-Mu knew that the heavily wounded elite red-eyed wolf was at the very end of the fight. As long as he could hold on for a while longer, the battle situation would be reversed. At that time, the elite red-eyed wolf would be his meal. Presumably, its aura would be even better. Chapter 12:15. The sword light was like a shooting star, piercing through the sky and piercing through the elite scarlet-eyed wolf's wound. It was more than 3 inches deep. The sword intent burst out, and the vibrating power burst out, widening the wound and causing blood to spurt out. Xiao Chun withdrew his sword and stabbed out again, like a snake coming out of its hole. This time, it pierced through the same wound, 6 inches deep. With a sorrowful cry, the elite scarlet-eyed wolf struggled and died. Streams of void chi came out from the elite scarlet-eyed wolf's corpse. Among them, there was even a weak ball of light. There were a total of 5 rank 1 void chi, and a small ball of light that was the size of a pigeon's egg. Chu-Mu stretched out his hand and grabbed the 5 rank 1 void chi. He absorbed one of them and turned it into a warm current that circulated in his body, quickly recovering his exhausted energy. As for the other 4, Chu-Mu wrapped them around the fingers of his left hand. Then he grabbed the faint silver ball of light and touched it between his eyebrows. Immediately, the faint silver ball of light merged with Chu-Mu's eyebrows. Pieces of information appeared, and a figure appeared in his mind, dancing with a sword. After a while, Chu-Mu received this piece of information. The figure of the sword dancing in his mind disappeared as well. However, everything was clearly recorded in his mind. So, it is an elementary sword technique. This saves me the trouble of having to spend more than 100 rank 1 void chi, Chu-Mu thought to himself. He did not expect his luck to be so good. After killing an elite scarlet-eyed wolf, not only did he obtain 5 rank 1 void chi, but he also obtained an elementary sword technique. The bookstore owner had cultivation techniques, sword techniques, movement techniques, and movement techniques. There were only 3 levels: elementary, intermediate, and advanced. Furthermore, the prices were very uniform. The elementary was 100 rank 1 void chi, the intermediate was 1,000 rank 2 void chi, and the advanced was 10,000 rank 3 void chi. Xiao Qin stayed where he was and carefully comprehended it. Then he swung his sword and practiced the elementary sword technique like the figure that appeared in his mind. The elementary sword technique was the sublimation of the basic sword technique. It could also be said that it was a strengthened basic sword technique. It was more comprehensive than the basic sword technique. It further developed the power of the sword. Compared to Chu Mu's attainments in swordsmanship, this elementary swordsmanship was nothing. However, it could strengthen and improve the application of some basic swordsmanship, making his sword sharper. The sword light overflowed in all directions, and it was extremely sharp. After he finished practicing the elementary sword technique, every strike was extremely precise, as if he had practiced it 1,000 times. After practicing the sword technique, Chu Mu's physical strength had fully recovered. However, he had consumed a large portion of his inner qi, and there was not much left. Chu Mu did not intend to use the 4 streams of void qi on his fingers to recover his inner qi. The current him still possessed decent strength. As long as it was not an elite red-eyed wolf or a void beast stronger than an elite red-eyed wolf, he would be able to deal with it easily. Void energy, he needed more void energy. The Wolf Valley was the habitat of the red-eyed wolves. There were many red-eyed wolves living there, and they were a group. Not long after, Chu Mu encountered a few more red-eyed wolves. He took out his sword and killed them, obtaining a few more strands of rank 1 void qi. Although there were many red-eyed wolves in the Wolf Valley, there were very few elite red-eyed wolves. After Chu Mu killed more than 10 red-eyed wolves, he did not encounter a second elite red-eyed wolf, which made him feel a little disappointed. Looking at the sky, the sun was gradually setting in the west, and the afterglow illuminated half of the sky. The sky was red, and the clouds were burning like flames. "I have to go back," Chu Mu said to himself. The Wolf Valley was quite a distance away from the Dark Night tribe. He had to leave the Wolf Valley now, and then rush back to the Dark Night tribe before nightfall. Although he didn't know how dangerous it was to be 10 times more dangerous in the wilderness at night, Chu Mu wasn't an arrogant and conceited person. This was because his current strength was still at the lowest level. Turning around, he dashed towards the exit of Wolf Valley. On the way, he didn't encounter any more red-eyed wolves and was unimpeded. At this time, there were a total of 23 strands of rank 1 void qi on his left hand. If he wanted to, he could use these 23 strands of rank 1 void qi to break through to the first sky, whether it was the first sky of body transformation or qi cultivation. But after thinking for a while, Chu Mu decisively gave up on this idea. At this time, he had already reached the peak of body transformation and qi cultivation and had reached a bottleneck. But as long as he spent some time and cultivated properly, he would definitely be able to break through in both. After rushing out of the Wolf Valley, he did not stop, nor did he reduce his speed. At this time, many geniuses were also rushing towards the Dark Night tribe. The sun had completely set, and most of the geniuses had returned to the Dark Night tribe. Chu Mu was also close, but now he encountered a red-eyed wolf. It was an ordinary red-eyed wolf, but its body was a little bloated, and its scarlet eyes were like burning red flames. Its strength was stronger and faster, and its strength had at least doubled. Dodging, killing. Chu Mu obtained another strand of rank 1 void qi. So it turns out that void beasts will go berserk after nightfall. Their strength will increase, their speed will increase, and their fur will become tougher. Chu Mu thought to himself as he flew towards the Dark Night tribe. A berserk, red-eyed wolf was nothing to him, but if there were 4 or 5 of them surrounding him, Chu Mu would not be able to deal with them easily. If there were a few more, he would have to run for his life. Finally, he crossed the wooden bridge and entered the Dark Night tribe. At this time, the Dark Night tribe was brightly lit. Chu Mu strode towards the small restaurant. After eating his fill, he bought some dry food and headed towards the bookstore. Shopkeeper, 20 strands of rank 1 void qi. Entering the bookstore, Chu Mu took out 20 strands of rank 1 void qi and handed them to the shopkeeper. "Little friend, you really surprised me." The shopkeeper was startled, but he soon smiled and said, "However, I see that you have reached a bottleneck in your qi and void qi cultivation. You only need to absorb these 20 strands of rank 1 void chi, and you will be able to break through to the first sky. At that time, your strength will be stronger, and you'll be able to obtain more void chi. It won't be too late to return them to me then. No need, Chu Mu said indifferently. When he owed someone a debt, it was hard for him not to think about it. He only wanted to return the debt as soon as possible and get rid of this thought. All right. Seeing that you are the first to return 20 strands of rank 1 void chi, I will give you a small gift. After the shopkeeper kept the 20 strands of rank 1 void chi, he took out a gray book and handed it to Chu Mu. Void Beast Illustration Handbook. Chu Mu glanced at it and kept it well. This illustration handbook records rank 1 to rank 3 void beasts. If you want a higher rank Void Beast Illustration Handbook, I have it here. The Intermediate Void Beast Illustration Handbook only requires 10,000 strands of rank 3 Void Chi. The Advanced Void Beast Illustration Handbook only requires 10,000 strands of rank 6 Void Chi, the shopkeeper said with a smile. Let's talk about it later, Chu Mu said. He took the low-rank Void Beast Illustration Handbook and left the bookstore, quickly returning to his wooden house. Before entering the wooden house, Chu Mu's path was blocked. There were more than 10 people in the group, and one of them was Chiu Minglei. Chu Mu knew that they were here to cause trouble. I am Yang Xian. The leader of the dozen or so people indifferently stared at Chu Mu and absent-mindedly said, Chu Mu, you killed 5 of our Night Underworld Hall's junior brothers. Take out 50 strands of first rank void aura in 10 days, and this grudge will be settled. His casual words revealed an unquestionable dominance. Before this, his cultivation had reached the 3rd sky of Nirvana realm. He was stronger than Lin Yi, and he was even more talented. Now he was ranked 3rd on the Galaxy Genius list of the Dark Knight tribe. He had reached the 1st sky of both chi, cultivation, and body tempering, so he had the right to be proud. Otherwise, Chu Mu asked, Yang Xian smiled when he heard Chu Mu's words. There is no need for otherwise. Although you can revive after dying in the Azure Sky Void world, unless you hide in the Dark Knight tribe and never leave, that's right. Otherwise, as long as you leave the Dark Knight tribe, we will kill you every time we see you, someone beside Qin Gang threatened. Then I will wait. Chu Mu smiled faintly, not showing the slightest fear. Very well. I hope you will still be able to smile after this. Yang Xian's eyes flashed with anger, but then he smiled. Chiu Minglei took 2 steps forward and stood in front of Chu Mu. His eyes were fierce and filled with murderous intent as he said, Chu Mu, I will wait for you on the wooden bridge of the Dark Knight tribe tomorrow. I will kill you with my own hands. Chu Mu looked at Chiu Minglei and found that he had also reached the 1st sky. Yang Xian, Chu Mu is a member of our 5 Elements Sword Sect. If you want to deal with him, you'll be making an enemy out of our 5 Elements sect. Lin Yi, Jiang Fan, and the other 5 Elements sect members walked over. Lin Yi spoke in a tough tone. The 5 Elements sect is nothing. Yang Xian smiled coldly. You don't even have 1 person in the top 10. What right do you have to be so arrogant? Indeed, on the current Galactic Genius list, Lin Yi was ranked the highest in the 5 Elements sect. He was only ranked 13th, while the esoteric disciples of the Dark Knight Sword Sect occupied the top 4. This was enough to make them proud. It had to be said that the difference between an overlord force and a dominator force was very obvious. Lin Yi and the others' expressions changed when they heard Yang Xian's words. Some of them also looked at Chu Mu. Chu Mu was originally ranked 1st on the Galaxy Genius list, but his ranking kept falling until he fell out of the top 10. The second time he fell out of the top 15. Now he had fallen out of the top 50. Many disciples of the 5 Elements Sword Sect were disappointed. Vice Sect Master Bai Qiong had also been mocked by Xiang Yi several times, but he didn't refute. Senior brother Lin, This has nothing to do with you. I can handle it, Chu Mu said to Lin Yi. This was indeed his problem. He didn't want to cause trouble for others. Remember, 50 strands of first-grade void qi in 10 days. Yang Xian glanced coldly at Chu Mu and left with the members of the Dark Night Hall. When Xiao Minglei left, he made a throat-slitting gesture at Chu Mu with a sinister smile. Junior brother Chu, you will act with us tomorrow, Lin Yi said as he walked forward. Senior brother Lin, the most important thing for us now is to kill void beasts to improve our strength. It would be best if someone could rush into the top 10, someone said immediately. Being in the top 10 didn't have any substantial rewards, but it was a kind of glory. The Dominator forces and the 10 Overlord forces were competing with each other. Yes, Senior Brother Lin, we can't be implicated, another person said. Senior Brother Lin, thank you for your kindness, Chu Mu said to Lin Yi, ignoring those people and turning to leave. Humph, he's quite arrogant. What's the use of being arrogant? He's still being threatened. Chu Mu could hear the sarcasm in a low voice, but he ignored it. Lin Yi's expression changed. He glared at those people and didn't say anything.